when civilizations began to remember the gods. Chapter 1. Reflection before history learned to write. Before humanity wrote history, it was already remembering. There was a time when no chronicle recorded the rise and fall of kings, when no scribe pressed signs into wet clay, and when no sacred book preserved the words of gods, prophets, sages, or poets. And yet, human beings already remembered. They remembered through stories. They remembered through ritual, through images, through songs, through the names of gods and ancestors, and through stories repeated from one generation to another. Long before memory became writing, it lived in the human voice. Some of those memories may have preserved distant echoes of real events. Others were transformed by centuries of retelling. Still others belong to that deeper territory in which history, imagination, religion, fear, and hope become almost impossible to separate. A child is placed upon the waters and survives. A great flood destroys an old world, while a chosen human being preserves life inside a vessel. Human beings are fashioned from earth or clay. A garden belongs to the gods. A serpent appears near the mystery of life and death. A human being seeks immortality and discovers that it cannot easily be possessed. Centuries and sometimes millennia separate the civilizations that told these stories. Their gods were not always the same. Their languages were different. Their landscapes stretched from the great rivers of Mesopotamia to the Nile, from the eastern Mediterranean to the plains and river systems of South Asia. And yet certain images return. This does not necessarily mean that every later story was copied from an earlier one. Stories travel, but they also change. Civilizations meet, conquer, trade, migrate, translate, inherit, forget, and reinterpret. Similar human experiences may also produce similar symbols without requiring direct borrowing. The question, therefore, is more interesting than simply asking, who copied whom? We may instead ask, what happens to a story when it passes from one civilization into another? What happens when an ancient memory becomes a myth, when a myth becomes sacred history, when sacred history becomes scripture, and when scripture becomes part of the identity of an entire people? And what happens when archaeology, thousands of years later, begins uncovering civilizations that had disappeared beneath the earth? Civilizations whose forgotten voices suddenly speak again from clay tablets, ruined temples, seals, graves, cities, and fragments of texts. This journey begins before Akkad. It begins even before the great cities of Sumer. We must first enter a quieter world, a world without empires and without written chronicles, but not a world without culture, religion, social organization, or memory. In the villages and settlements of ancient southern Mesopotamia, thousands of years before Sargon created his empire, foundations were already being laid for one of humanity's great transformations. Archaeologists call this world Ubaid. It stands at the threshold between prehistory and the civilizations that would eventually learn to write their own names. And perhaps that is the most appropriate place to begin. Not with a king, not with an empire, not even with a written word, but with the long human silence that came before writing, a silence that, as we shall see, was never truly silent. Chapter 2. Methodological Note: History, Archaeology, Myth, and Sacred Tradition. Before entering the worlds of Ubaid, Sumer, Akkad, the Hebrew Bible, the Indus civilization, and the Vedic tradition, one distinction is essential. The past does not reach us through a single doorway. Archaeology, written history, mythology, oral tradition, and sacred scripture can all preserve something about the human past, but they do not preserve it in the same way and cannot always be interpreted according to the same rules. Archaeology begins with material remains. A settlement, a temple foundation, pottery, tools, seals, human burials, animal bones, irrigation systems, and the ruins of ancient cities can tell us that people lived in a particular place, how they organized parts of their material world, what they produced and exchanged, and sometimes something about their social and religious practices. But archaeology has limits. A pot cannot tell us the name by which its maker called God. A ruined building does not automatically reveal the theology of those who entered it. A burial may suggest beliefs concerning death, but it rarely allows us to reconstruct those beliefs in their entirety. Writing changes the situation dramatically. With the appearance of written records in ancient Mesopotamia, human beings begin to leave behind not only objects but words, accounts, lists, royal inscriptions, prayers, hymns, myths, laws, letters, and literature. For the first time, voices from these civilizations can reach us more directly. Yet writing also has limits. A royal inscription is not a neutral newspaper report. A hymn is not a census. A myth is not a chronological record. A sacred text may contain memories of historical places and events while simultaneously interpreting them through theological meaning. For this reason, throughout this essay, we will distinguish 4 overlapping but different levels of evidence. Archaeological evidence, which concerns the surviving material traces of human societies. Historical reconstruction, in which scholars combine archaeological, textual, linguistic, and comparative evidence in an attempt to understand what probably happened. Mythic and literary tradition, through which civilizations express their understanding of gods, origins, kingship, death, catastrophe, order, and the place of humanity in the cosmos. And sacred tradition, in which particular texts and narratives are received by religious communities not merely as literature from the past, but as revelation, scripture, or spiritually authoritative memory. These levels need not be enemies. To say that a story has a mythic dimension does not mean that it is meaningless or false. In the study of religion, myth does not simply mean an invented story. Myth can be a symbolic narrative through which a culture expresses its deepest understanding of reality. Likewise, to recognize a text as sacred does not require the historian to accept every theological claim within it as an empirically demonstrable event. The believer and the historian may therefore ask different questions of the same text. A believer may ask, what does this story reveal about God, humanity, suffering, responsibility, or salvation? The historian may ask, when was this text composed? What earlier traditions may lie behind it? What language does it use? What other cultures were known to its authors? How did the narrative change during transmission? The archaeologist may ask something different again. Is there material evidence corresponding to the places, peoples, technologies, migrations, destructions, or environmental events described in the text? None of these questions, by itself, exhausts the meaning of the story. This distinction will become especially important when we encounter striking similarities between ancient narratives. The story of Sargon of Akkad being placed in a basket and set upon a river immediately recalls the biblical infancy of Moses. The Mesopotamian stories of Ziusudra, Atrahasis, and Utnapishtim contain elements that strongly resemble the biblical story of Noah. A catastrophic flood, divine warning, the construction of a vessel, the preservation of life, survival, and sacrifice after the waters recede. In ancient India, the story of Manu and the fish, later identified in developed Hindu tradition with Matsya, an incarnation of Vishnu, presents another great flood and another human being warned to prepare a vessel for survival. These similarities deserve serious attention. But similarity is not yet proof of direct borrowing. Some traditions may indeed have influenced others. Ancient peoples were not isolated worlds. They traded, migrated, fought wars, deported populations, intermarried, translated texts, and exchanged religious ideas. Mesopotamia, Anatolia, the Levant, Egypt, Iran, and South Asia belonged at different periods to enormous networks of human contact. At the same time, human beings everywhere encounter birth and death, rivers and droughts, storms and floods, political violence, parental fear, dreams, sexuality, disease, aging, and the desire to survive. Some similarities may therefore emerge from shared human experience rather than from direct textual dependence. Our task will not be to force every resemblance into a single theory, nor will it be to protect any religious tradition from historical investigation. Instead, we will ask what the available evidence permits us to say, and where the evidence requires us to stop. The same principle will guide our approach to India. The archaeological civilization of the Indus or Harappan world, the composition and transmission of the Vedas, the development of the Mahabharata, and later theological understandings of Krishna belong to different historical and textual horizons. Religious tradition may connect them within a continuous sacred history, while modern archaeology and philology reconstruct their relationships according to different criteria. Both perspectives deserve to be understood accurately before they are compared. This becomes particularly important in discussions of Krishna. Within several Vaishnava traditions, Krishna is worshipped as the supreme divine reality. In Gaudiya Vaishnavism, the tradition from which the modern Hare Krishna movement emerged, Krishna is understood specifically as Svayam Bhagavan, God himself, the original and supreme form of the divine. But Hinduism contains many theological worlds. Other Vaishnava traditions may describe the relationship between Krishna, Vishnu, and Narayana differently. Saiva traditions center Shiva. Shakta traditions understand the goddess as supreme. Smarta and Advaita traditions can approach these divine forms through yet another metaphysical framework. To present one of these positions as simply what Hinduism teaches would therefore erase the extraordinary internal diversity of Indian religious thought. The same caution must be applied elsewhere. There was never simply one timeless Mesopotamian religion, just as there was never a single unchanging Hinduism. Sumerian, Akkadian, Babylonian, and Assyrian traditions developed across millennia. Gods changed names, attributes, relationships, and importance. Stories were copied and rewritten. Political power altered religious geography. Older traditions survived inside newer ones. Sacred memory is rarely static. It moves. It absorbs. It forgets. It transforms. And sometimes, beneath a later story, we can still hear the distant echo of an older one. Our purpose, therefore, is neither to reduce religion to archaeology, nor to replace history with sacred tradition. It is to place them in conversation. Only then can we approach the civilizations themselves. And the first world waiting for us lies deep in prehistoric Mesopotamia, long before Sargon, long before Gilgamesh as we know him from literature, and even before the first written Sumerian words. It is the world of Ubaid. Chapter 3. Ubaid, the quiet vestibule of history. Long before the kings of Sumer ruled their cities, before the first scribes pressed signs into clay, before Gilgamesh entered literature, and nearly 4,000 years before Sargon of Akkad created his empire, communities in southern Mesopotamia were already building the foundations of a new kind of human world. Archaeologists call one of the most important phases of this development the Ubaid period. Its chronology varies somewhat according to region and archaeological convention, but in broad terms, the Ubaid cultural horizon belongs approximately to the 6th and 5th millennia BCE, conventionally ending around 4000 BCE, with earlier developmental phases in southern Mesopotamia, sometimes extending back into the later 7th millennium BCE. This was not yet an empire. It was not a unified state. And we should be cautious even about imagining the Ubaids as a single people possessing one language, one government, and one clearly defined ethnic identity. What archaeology reveals instead is a cultural horizon, recognizable patterns of settlement, architecture, pottery, subsistence, and social organization that appeared in southern Mesopotamia and eventually became influential across a much wider region. The name itself is modern. It derives from Tel al-Ubaid, an archaeological site in southern Iraq near the ancient city of Ur. Archaeologists gave the name of this site to a much broader prehistoric cultural phenomenon whose remains were subsequently identified across Mesopotamia and beyond. The people who created this world did not call themselves Ubaidians. We do not know what they called themselves. We do not know with certainty what language or languages they spoke. And because they left no decipherable written records, we cannot ask them directly. This silence is one of the great differences between Ubaid and the civilizations that followed. Before the written word, the Ubaid world belongs primarily to prehistory, not because it lacked culture, but because it existed before the widespread use of writing that later allows historians to hear ancient societies through their own documents. There are no Ubaid chronicles describing kings. No surviving Ubaid hymns name their gods. No Ubaid theologian explains the nature of creation. No epic tells us how these communities understood death, the heavens, the rivers, or the divine. Yet their settlements speak in another language. Architecture speaks. Pottery speaks. Burials speak. The organization of villages speaks. And gradually, through archaeology, a picture emerges of communities becoming more settled, more organized, and increasingly capable of coordinating human labor. The land between the rivers. Southern Mesopotamia presented human communities with a paradox. The alluvial plain created by the Tigris and Euphrates could be extraordinarily fertile, but life there demanded adaptation. Rainfall was limited, rivers could change course, and water was both the source of abundance and a potential source of destruction. Agriculture, therefore, became inseparable from the management of water. Canals, irrigation, drainage, and cooperation around agricultural land would eventually become defining features of Mesopotamian civilization. We should be cautious about imagining that the Ubaid people suddenly invented a vast, centralized irrigation system resembling that of later states. The process was gradual and varied from place to place. But something fundamental was happening. Human communities were learning not merely to inhabit the landscape, but increasingly to organize it. Water could be directed. Fields could be coordinated. Surplus could be accumulated. Settlements could endure. And when human beings begin to coordinate water, land, labor, storage, ritual, and authority, the village begins to contain within itself the possibility of the city. Houses and communities. One of the characteristic architectural forms associated with the Ubaid period is the tripartite house, a building organized around a long central hall with smaller rooms arranged along its sides. This architectural pattern would prove remarkably persistent. Some houses were substantial, suggesting that social differences may already have been developing within these communities. Archaeologists have therefore asked whether the Ubaid period witnessed the gradual emergence of households or families possessing greater status, resources, or ritual authority than others. We must again resist the temptation to project later kingship backward into this world. There is no evidence of an Ubaid Sargon. There is no known Ubaid dynasty. There is no securely reconstructed Ubaid kingdom. What we can see is subtler and perhaps more important, the slow differentiation of society. Some settlements became larger than others. Some buildings became more elaborate. Certain locations acquired greater ritual importance. The social landscape was beginning to develop centers. The temple before the city. Among the most significant developments of the Ubaid world are buildings interpreted as having communal or ritual functions. At sites such as Eridu, successive structures were built and rebuilt over long periods. Later Mesopotamian tradition would remember Eridu as one of the most ancient cities of the world and associate it especially with Enki, the god of wisdom and the subterranean freshwater realm. Here we must make a careful distinction. The later Sumerians certainly regarded Eridu as sacred. But we cannot simply assume that the earliest prehistoric inhabitants of Eridu already worshipped Enki under that name, or that their theology was identical to later Sumerian religion. The continuity of a sacred place does not necessarily prove the continuity of every belief associated with it. Nevertheless, the repeated rebuilding of special structures at the same location suggests something profound. Certain places were becoming more important than ordinary domestic space. A center was emerging, and around such centers, communities could gather. Ritual, redistribution, authority, and social identity may gradually have become intertwined. Long before the monumental temples and ziggurats of later Mesopotamia, the architectural and social foundations of sacred centrality were already being laid. Painted pottery and a shared cultural world. Ubaid pottery is among the most recognizable archaeological signatures of the period. Typically made in pale or buff-colored fabric and decorated with dark painted geometric designs, it appears across a surprisingly wide geographical area. Its distribution tells us something important. Prehistoric communities were not isolated villages existing without contact with the outside world. Objects, techniques, styles, raw materials, and probably people themselves moved across considerable distances. The Ubaid cultural horizon eventually extended far beyond its southern Mesopotamian core, with Ubaid-related material appearing across northern Mesopotamia and into areas connected with the Persian Gulf. This does not necessarily mean conquest. There is no evidence for an Ubaid empire spreading its armies across the ancient Near East. Cultural influence can travel without imperial expansion. Trade, migration, intermarriage, imitation, prestige, ritual exchange, and networks of specialized production can spread ideas and objects just as effectively as armies. This distinction will later become especially important when we encounter Akkad. With Sargon, we will be dealing with something recognizably imperial. With Ubaid, we are witnessing something earlier and quieter, the expansion of a cultural world. Who were the Ubaid people? This question is irresistible. Were they Sumerians? Were they the ancestors of the Sumerians? Did another population inhabit southern Mesopotamia before Sumerian speakers arrived? What language did they speak? The honest answer is that we do not know. Because Ubaid society predates readable written records, language cannot be directly recovered from its pottery or architecture. Scholars have long debated the origins of the Sumerian language and the populations of southern Mesopotamia. Various hypotheses have attempted to identify linguistic traces of populations that may have preceded historically documented Sumerian speakers. But archaeological culture and language are not the same thing. A particular style of pottery does not automatically identify a language. A house plan does not reveal ethnicity. And a change in material culture does not necessarily mean that one population disappeared and another suddenly replaced it. For this reason, it is safer to say that the Ubaid cultural world formed part of the deep prehistoric foundation from which later urban civilization in southern Mesopotamia emerged, without simply declaring its inhabitants to have been Sumerians in the later historical sense. This uncertainty is not a weakness. It is one of the most fascinating aspects of Ubaid. We are standing close to the boundary beyond which personal names, spoken languages, myths, and political identities disappear into prehistoric silence. Strange figurines and the temptation of mystery. Among the most visually striking objects associated with some Ubaid contexts are anthropomorphic clay figurines, including examples with elongated heads and unusual facial features. Modern popular culture has sometimes transformed these figures into evidence of reptilian beings, extraterrestrial visitors, or forgotten non-human civilizations. Archaeology provides no evidence for such conclusions, but simply dismissing the figurines as strange objects would also miss the more interesting question. Why were they made? Were they connected with fertility, ancestors, protective beings, domestic ritual, divine or supernatural figures, symbols of identity? We do not know with certainty. Their real mystery is not that they prove the existence of extraterrestrial visitors. Their mystery is that the symbolic world of the people who made them has largely disappeared. We possess the image. We have lost the story that explained it. And that is, in many ways, far more haunting. From village to civilization. Perhaps the greatest importance of Ubaid lies not in any single invention, building, or artifact. Its significance lies in a process. Across many generations, human settlements became increasingly stable and interconnected. Agriculture intensified. Water management became more important. Architecture became more differentiated. Communal and ritual centers acquired greater prominence. Networks of exchange widened. Social distinctions became more visible. None of these developments alone created civilization. Together, however, they changed the possibilities of human society. The Ubaid world, therefore, occupies a remarkable position in the history of Mesopotamia. It belongs to a time before writing, yet it helped create the social conditions from which writing would eventually emerge. It existed before the great Mesopotamian city-states, yet settlements were already developing forms of centrality from which cities could grow. It existed before documented kingship, yet societies were becoming increasingly differentiated. It existed before the gods of Mesopotamia spoke to us by name through written hymns and myths, yet ritual architecture suggests that the sacred already occupied an important place in communal life. Ubaid was not Sumer, but without the long transformations represented by Ubaid, the rise of the later Sumerian urban world becomes much harder to understand. And then, during the 4th millennium BCE, the rhythm of change accelerated dramatically. Settlements grew. Institutions expanded. Administration became increasingly complex. Symbols began to carry information. Clay became not only a material for vessels and buildings, but eventually a surface upon which human memory itself could be preserved. One settlement, above all, came to symbolize this transformation. Its name was Uruk. And with Uruk, the quiet vestibule of history begins to open into the world of the city. Chapter 4, Uruk, when the city learned to write. If the Ubaid world represents the long preparation for urban civilization, the Uruk period marks the moment when that transformation became unmistakable. During the 4th millennium BCE, particularly between approximately 4000 and 3100 BCE, southern Mesopotamia underwent changes so profound that they altered the course of human history. Settlements expanded dramatically. Architecture became monumental. Economic and administrative networks grew increasingly complex. Labor became more specialized. Institutions acquired unprecedented power. And toward the end of this long transformation, human beings developed one of the most consequential technologies ever created. Writing. The city at the center of this world was Uruk, ancient Anug, in what is now southern Iraq. It would become one of the great cities of ancient Mesopotamia. Much later, literary tradition would associate it with perhaps the most famous king of the ancient Near East, Gilgamesh. But before Gilgamesh became the hero of an epic, Uruk had already transformed the meaning of human settlement. When a settlement becomes a city, there is no single moment at which a large village suddenly becomes a city. Urbanization is a process. Population grows, specialized occupations multiply, food must be produced by some and distributed to others, buildings acquire different functions, religious and administrative institutions coordinate increasing amounts of labor and resources, goods arrive from distant regions, social hierarchies become more visible. During the Uruk period, these processes reached a scale previously unknown in southern Mesopotamia. Uruk itself expanded into an enormous urban center by the standards of its age. Estimates of its population and physical size vary because archaeological reconstruction is necessarily incomplete, but there is little doubt that it belonged to an entirely new category of settlement. Thousands, eventually probably tens of thousands, of human beings lived within a single interconnected urban environment. This required organization. The city had to eat. Its buildings had to be constructed and maintained. Agricultural surplus had to reach people who no longer spent their lives producing food. Craft specialists required materials. Workers had to be coordinated. Offerings had to be supplied to temples. Livestock, grain, textiles, land, and labor increasingly had to be counted. Civilization was becoming an administrative problem. And administration would help give birth to writing, the temple, and the organization of society. At Uruk, monumental architectural complexes appeared in areas later known as Ina and Kalaba. Ina would in later periods be associated especially with the goddess Inanna, while Kalaba was connected with the great sky god. Once again, caution is necessary. Later religious identities cannot simply be projected unchanged backward into every earlier archaeological phase. Nevertheless, monumental buildings demonstrate that religious, ceremonial, economic, and administrative institutions had become central to urban life. The Mesopotamian temple was not merely a place where an individual entered privately to pray. Temples could possess land. They could receive and redistribute goods. They employed or organized workers and specialists. They participated in economic production. And they represented the earthly household of a deity. This reveals something fundamental about the emerging Mesopotamian city. Religion, economy, politics, and social organization were not separate spheres in the modern sense. The sacred and the administrative could inhabit the same institutional world. The gods belonged to the city, and the city belonged, in an important sense, to the gods. The birth of administration. Before full writing emerged, people in the ancient Near East had already developed methods for recording quantities and transactions. Small clay tokens, used in different forms over long periods, could represent commodities or numerical values. Clay sealings and later cylinder seals could mark containers, doors, or administrative transactions. Eventually, marks impressed or drawn onto clay tablets began to perform increasingly complex functions. At first, these signs were not literature. Nobody invented writing in order to compose an epic. The earliest surviving tablets from Uruk are overwhelmingly administrative. Grain, animals, labor, rations, goods, numbers, names or titles, whose meanings are sometimes still debated. The first written voices of civilization are therefore surprisingly practical. Before humanity wrote philosophy, it kept accounts. Before it wrote epic poetry, it counted grain. And yet something revolutionary had occurred. Information no longer had to exist only inside a living human memory. It could be placed outside the mind. A sign impressed into clay could survive the person who made it. Human memory had acquired a material body. From picture to sign, the earliest writing associated with late Uruk developed gradually rather than appearing as a complete system in a single moment. Many early signs were pictographic or visually suggestive, while others represented numerical or administrative concepts. Over time, the system became increasingly abstract. The physical act of writing also changed. Signs were impressed into clay with a reed stylus, eventually producing the characteristic wedge-shaped impressions from which the later term cuneiform derives, from the Latin cuneus, meaning wedge. But there is an important distinction. The earliest proto-cuneiform texts cannot simply be treated as ordinary written Sumerian sentences. Their relationship to spoken language is complex, and scholars remain cautious about how directly the earliest administrative notation can be assigned to Sumerian. Only gradually does the written record become capable of preserving language in ways that allow us to hear more clearly the words of ancient Mesopotamia. This is another threshold. Ubaid gives us objects without readable voices. Uruk begins to give us signs. Later Mesopotamia will give us literature. The Sumerians appear. At some point within this long transformation, the people we conventionally call Sumerians emerge clearly into the historical record. Their language, Sumerian, is remarkable. It is a language isolate. No securely demonstrated linguistic relative of Sumerian is known. It is not Semitic. It is not Indo-European. It does not belong to any other language family that has been convincingly established. This linguistic isolation has generated enormous speculation about where Sumerian speakers came from. Did they develop locally from prehistoric populations already living in southern Mesopotamia? Did they migrate into the region? Did several populations gradually merge into the society we later identify as Sumerian? The evidence does not permit a simple answer. Archaeology does not reveal an obvious moment when a completely new population suddenly replaced the inhabitants of southern Mesopotamia. This makes simplistic invasion scenarios difficult to sustain. It remains possible that movements of people and languages occurred over long periods, but the formation of Sumerian civilization appears to have emerged from complex processes of continuity, interaction, and transformation. The question remains open. And perhaps it should. Not every mystery of ancient history has been solved merely because we possess a name for it. Uruk beyond Uruk. The influence of Uruk period culture did not remain confined to southern Mesopotamia. Material associated with the Uruk cultural system appears across parts of northern Mesopotamia, Syria, Anatolia, and Iran. At some sites, communities with strong southern Mesopotamian characteristics seem to have existed far from the southern alluvial plain. Why? Trade was certainly important. Southern Mesopotamia possessed fertile agricultural land, but lacked many resources required by an increasingly complex society. Stone, timber, and metals often had to come from elsewhere. Long-distance exchange therefore became increasingly important. But scholars continue to debate the precise character of what is sometimes called the Uruk expansion. Was it colonization? Commercial settlement? Migration? Political expansion? A network of trading enclaves? Different processes may have operated in different places. Once again, the evidence warns us against imagining an empire too early. Uruk was enormously influential, but it was not yet the Akkadian Empire. The cylinder seal, identity in miniature. One of the most characteristic objects of this emerging administrative world was the cylinder seal. A small carved cylinder could be rolled across wet clay, producing a continuous image. The result could function as a mark of identity, authority, ownership, or administrative validation. But cylinder seals were more than bureaucratic tools. Their images opened tiny windows into the symbolic world of ancient Mesopotamia. Animals, human figures, ritual scenes, work, conflict, banquets, fantastic creatures, gods and symbols. A cylinder seal could be only a few centimeters long, yet when rolled across clay, it unfolded an entire visual narrative. The administrative and the symbolic once again existed side by side. The same civilization that was learning to count grain was also creating images of cosmic and social order. A new kind of human being. Urbanization transformed not only settlements, but human relationships. In a small village, much of social life can be organized through kinship and direct personal knowledge. A city is different. Thousands of people must cooperate with individuals they do not personally know. Roles become more specialized. Farmer, potter, weaver, metalworker, merchant, priest, administrator, scribe, laborer, soldier, ruler. Society becomes increasingly dependent upon institutions rather than only upon kinship. This creates extraordinary possibilities, but it also creates hierarchy. The same administrative systems that coordinate food and labor can measure obligations. The same institutions that organize collective construction can command workers. The same writing that preserves memory can record debt. Civilization increases human power. It does not automatically increase human equality. This tension will remain with Mesopotamian civilization throughout its history. From sacred center to political power. During the late 4th and early 3rd millennia BCE, political organization continued to change. Eventually, southern Mesopotamia became a landscape of city-states. Uruk, Ur, Lagash, Kish, Nippur, Eridu, Ume, and others. Each possessed its own political identity, while sharing many elements of a broader cultural and religious world. Cities competed for land, water, prestige, and power. They also traded, formed alliances, and participated in common religious traditions. Kingship gradually became increasingly visible. The later Sumerian word Lugal, literally great man, would become one of the principal terms for king. Another important title, NC, could designate a ruler or governor whose precise political position varied across periods and cities. Authority was changing. The temple remained central. But beside the temple, increasingly, stood the ruler. When gods acquired written names, writing eventually transformed religion as profoundly as it transformed administration. Once divine names, hymns, myths, prayers, and ritual texts could be recorded, religious memory acquired a new form of continuity. Gods who may have been worshipped for generations could now enter textual history. And the sky. Enlil, associated with wind, authority, and cosmic order. Enki, lord of wisdom and the subterranean fresh waters. Inanna, goddess of extraordinary complexity, sexuality, fertility, political power, and warfare. Nana, the moon god. Udu, the sun god associated with justice. These divine personalities would develop across centuries, and their relationships would change as cities and political powers rose and fell. Later Akkadian-speaking peoples would adopt and transform much of this religious world. Inanna would become closely identified with Ishtar, Udu with Shamas, Nana with Sin, Enki with E. The languages would change. Empires would rise. But the gods would travel through history. And somewhere in Uruk, a king. Among the rulers associated with early Uruk, one name would eventually overshadow almost all others. Gilgamesh. The later Sumerian king list places him among the rulers of Uruk, and other early textual traditions connect him with figures who appear in historical contexts. This does not prove every event later attributed to him, nor does it turn the epic into biography. But it raises an extraordinary possibility. Behind the legendary hero who fought monsters, mourned his friend, confronted the survivor of the Great Flood, and searched desperately for immortality, may have stood a real ruler of Uruk in the early 3rd millennium BCE. History may have become memory. Memory may have become legend. Legend may have become myth. And myth would eventually become one of the greatest works of literature ever created. But before we follow Gilgamesh on his journey toward the secret of immortality, we must understand the civilization that gave him birth. The world of Uruk had opened the door. Beyond it stood Sumer, a land of competing cities, ambitious kings, powerful temples, ingenious scribes, and gods who governed a cosmos in which human beings had begun to ask questions that remain recognizably our own. Why are we here? Why must we die? Can civilization protect us from chaos? Can the favor of the gods be trusted? And if death cannot be defeated, what part of a human life can endure? These questions would soon be pressed into clay. Chapter 5. Sumer gods, cities, and humanity between earth and heaven. By the early 3rd millennium BCE, southern Mesopotamia had become a landscape, unlike almost anything the human world had previously known. Cities rose from the alluvial plain. Canals crossed agricultural land. Temples dominated sacred centers. Scribes recorded transactions on clay. Craftsmen produced objects of extraordinary sophistication. Merchants traveled across long distances. Rulers competed for territory. Armies fought over fields, canals, and cities. And above this intensely human world stood another society, invisible, powerful, and divine. The society of the gods. This was Sumer. Yet Sumer was not a single unified country in the modern political sense, nor for most of its history was it a single centralized kingdom. It was a civilization composed largely of city-states, each with its own institutions, ruler, sacred traditions, and patron deities, while sharing language, writing, religious concepts, artistic forms, and a broader cultural world. Among its great urban centers were Uruk, Lagash, Nippur, Eridu, Kish, Umma, Adab, and others. They competed. They cooperated. They fought. They worshipped many of the same gods. And together, they created one of the foundational civilizations of recorded human history. The land called Sumer. The people whom we call Sumerians did not simply use the modern geographical term, Sumer, in the way we do. In their own language, southern Mesopotamia could be described as Kengir, while later Akkadian terminology gave us the geographical designation from which Sumer ultimately derives. The Sumerian language itself, however, was called Imegur in the texts. It remains one of the great linguistic enigmas of antiquity. Sumerian has no securely established linguistic relatives. It is therefore classified as a language isolate. This does not mean that the Sumerians were biologically or culturally isolated. On the contrary, Mesopotamia was a region of continuous interaction among populations. By the 3rd millennium BCE, Sumerian speakers lived alongside speakers of Semitic languages, including forms of the language we call Akkadian. This fact is crucial. Sumerians and Akkadians were not two civilizations existing in sealed chronological boxes, with one simply disappearing before the other appeared. They overlapped. They traded. They fought. They lived beside one another. Their languages influenced each other. Their gods were identified with one another. Their scribes inherited common traditions. The later Akkadian Empire would therefore not arise in an empty land after Sumer had vanished. It would emerge from within this already interconnected Mesopotamian world. The city belonged to a god. To understand Sumerian civilization, we must abandon one modern assumption. Religion was not simply one institution among others. The divine order permeated the city. A city could be understood as belonging in a special sense to its patron deity. Uruk was closely associated with Inanna. With Nana, the moon god. Eridu with Enki. Nippur with Enlil. Sippar and Larsa with Udu, the sun god. The temple was therefore more than a building in which religious ceremonies took place. It was the earthly household of a god. Land, animals, agricultural produce, workshops, personnel, and offerings could all belong to temple institutions. The divine world was woven into economic and political life. For a Sumerian, the question, who rules this city, could therefore have more than one answer. A human ruler governed. But above him stood the god. A cosmos filled with personality. The Sumerian universe was not empty matter governed by impersonal laws. Nature, society, fertility, kingship, wisdom, justice, sexuality, storms, rivers, and death existed within a sacred cosmos populated by divine personalities. At the highest levels of the pantheon stood gods, whose importance extended far beyond a single city, and represented the heavens and divine authority. Enlil, associated with wind, atmosphere, command, and kingship, became one of the most powerful gods of the Sumerian religious world. His principal cult center was Nippur. Enki, whose great sanctuary stood at Eridu, was associated with wisdom, craft, magic, creation, and the subterranean freshwater ocean known as the Abzu. Ninhursag belonged to traditions concerning fertility, birth, and the generative powers of life. Inanna was perhaps one of the most fascinating deities of ancient Mesopotamia. She cannot easily be reduced to a single modern category. Love, sexuality, fertility, war, political power, kingship, danger, desire, transformation. Inanna contained contradictions that later theological systems might attempt to separate. She could give life and destroy it. She could seduce and wage war. She could descend into the world of the dead and return. Under Akkadian influence, she would become closely identified with Ishtar, one of the most powerful goddesses of the ancient Near East. The gods were not perfect. One of the striking differences between Mesopotamian mythology and some later theological traditions is that the gods were not necessarily morally perfect beings. They could become angry. They could quarrel. They could deceive. They could desire. They could fear. They could make decisions whose consequences were disastrous for human beings. Divinity meant power and immortality, but not necessarily moral perfection in the later philosophical sense. This makes Mesopotamian mythology psychologically fascinating. The divine world often resembles an intensified human society. There are hierarchies, assemblies, conflicts, desires, family relationships, political struggles. The cosmos itself seems organized almost like a great city. Perhaps this should not surprise us. Human beings often imagine the invisible world through structures they already know. And Sumer knew the city. Why were human beings created? Here we approach one of the themes that will later become extremely important for comparison with biblical traditions. Mesopotamian texts preserve several accounts of human origins, and these accounts are not identical. There is no single Sumerian Genesis. Different compositions present different theological perspectives. But one motif becomes particularly important in the broader Mesopotamian tradition. Human beings are created in connection with divine labor and service to the gods. In later Akkadian literature, especially the Atrahasis epic, this idea becomes explicit. Lesser gods rebel against exhausting labor, and humanity is created so that human beings can assume the burden. Clay plays a central role in the creation. This will inevitably remind a reader familiar with Genesis of the biblical image of the human being formed from the dust of the ground. But we must already apply the methodological rule established earlier. Similarity is not identity. In Mesopotamian traditions, clay may be mixed with divine substance in a complex account of labor, rebellion, sacrifice, and creation. In Genesis, the theological meaning is different. The materials may resemble one another. The anthropology does not necessarily do so. This distinction will become essential later. The architecture of civilization. One of the most intriguing concepts in Sumerian religious thought is expressed by the word me. The me are difficult to translate precisely. They can be understood as divine powers, ordinances, attributes, or fundamental structures through which civilization and cosmic order exist. Kingship, priesthood, music, craftsmanship, truth, sexuality, judgment, weapons, social institutions, human capacities, even aspects of civilization that we might regard as morally ambiguous could belong to this sacred ordering of existence. In the myth commonly called Inanna and Enki, Inanna acquires the Mi from Enki and brings them to Uruk. The story is remarkable. Civilization itself is imagined as something possessing a sacred architecture. The city does not merely invent its institutions. At the mythic level, civilization participates in a divine order. Kingship descended from heaven. Political authority also possessed a sacred dimension. A famous line preserved in the Sumerian king list declares that kingship descended from heaven. This does not mean that every Sumerian ruler was regarded simply as a god. The relationship between kingship and divinity varied across periods. Some rulers were deified. Others were not. But political authority existed within a cosmic framework. The king was responsible for maintaining order. He built and restored temples. He protected the city. He conducted warfare. He maintained canals. He offered gifts to the gods. His legitimacy was inseparable from divine favor. Yet kingship also created a historical problem. If the gods governed the world, why did cities fall? Why did righteous rulers lose wars? Why did temples burn? Why did famine come? Why did one city rise while another disappeared? Mesopotamian literature would repeatedly struggle with these questions. The gods guaranteed order, but history remained unstable. War between cities. Sumer was not a peaceful federation of sacred cities. Competition for land and water produced conflict. One of the earliest historically documented interstate conflicts known to us involved Lagash and Umma, neighboring city-states whose rulers disputed agricultural territory. The famous Stele of the Vultures, associated with the ruler Enatum of Lagash in the 3rd millennium BCE, commemorates military victory. Its imagery is revealing. Soldiers march in formation. Enemies lie defeated. Vultures carry away parts of corpses. But the conflict is not presented merely as human politics. The god Ningirsu, patron deity of Lagash, appears as a divine participant in victory. War on earth mirrored power in heaven. This pattern would continue throughout Mesopotamian history. Kings rarely claimed merely, "I was stronger." They claimed divine legitimacy. The gods had granted victory. Writing becomes literature. The writing that began largely as administration did not remain confined to accounting. Scribes gradually expanded its possibilities. Lexical lists appeared. Hymns were written. Royal inscriptions commemorated building projects and victories. Proverbs preserved wisdom. Laments mourned destroyed cities. Myths described the gods. Narratives remembered legendary rulers. Writing became a technology not merely for managing society, but for preserving culture. This required specialists. The scribe became one of the defining intellectual figures of Mesopotamian civilization. To become a scribe required education. Students learned signs. They copied word lists. They practiced compositions. They memorized. They made mistakes. Teachers corrected them. Through this demanding process, texts could survive generations. Eventually, even when Sumerian ceased to be an ordinary spoken language, scribes continued studying it. It became a language of scholarship, religion, and learned tradition. In that respect, its later role can loosely remind us of Latin in medieval Europe or Sanskrit in parts of South Asian intellectual and religious history. Not because their histories are identical, but because languages can remain culturally powerful long after their everyday spoken worlds have changed. Death, the boundary the city cannot cross. For all its extraordinary achievements, Sumerian civilization confronted one problem it could not solve: death. Cities could be rebuilt. Canals could be repaired. Kings could erect monuments. Scribes could preserve names. But human beings died. The Mesopotamian afterlife was generally not imagined as an uncomplicated paradise. The dead entered an underworld from which return was normally impossible. This gave mortality a particular emotional force. Civilization could extend human memory. It could not grant immortality. A king might build walls so magnificent that generations would remember his name. But the king himself would still die. And somewhere within this tension between achievement and mortality, one of humanity's greatest stories was born. The man who refused to accept death. Sumerian literature preserved several independent poems about a legendary king of Uruk named Gilgamesh, the figure later known in Akkadian as Gilgamesh. In these early compositions, we can already see elements of the world that would eventually become the great epic. Gilgamesh and Hiwawa. Gilgamesh and the Bull of Heaven. Gilgamesh and the Netherworld. The death of Gilgamesh. These were not yet simply the Epic of Gilgamesh in the form known from later Babylonian tablets. The story evolved. Episodes were transmitted. Languages changed. Scribes reorganized inherited material. A heroic king gradually became the protagonist of something much larger than a tale of royal adventure. He became a human being confronting the one enemy that no king can defeat: death. And this is precisely where our journey must now pause before moving onward to Akkad. Because Gilgamesh deserves more than a passing reference. He stands at a crossroads of nearly everything we are trying to understand. Behind him may lie a historical ruler. Around him grew legend. Through scribal tradition, legend became literature. Inside that literature survived an ancient account of a catastrophic flood. And at the center of the epic lies a question that neither Sumer, Akkad, Babylon, the Bible, India, Greece, nor the modern world has ever entirely escaped. If human beings know that they must die, how should they live? To answer that question, Gilgamesh first had to lose the person he loved. And then he began his journey toward immortality. Chapter 6, Gilgamesh, the king who did not want to die. Among the countless kings who ruled the cities of ancient Mesopotamia, one name survived in a way that no monument alone could have guaranteed. Gilgamesh. He may once have been a king. He became a hero. The hero became a legend. And the legend became a meditation on friendship, grief, mortality, and the impossible human desire to escape death. The Epic of Gilgamesh is often described as one of the oldest surviving masterpieces of world literature. Yet the work we call by that name did not appear suddenly in its final form. Its history stretches across centuries. Earlier Sumerian poems told separate stories about a ruler called Gilgamesh, king of Uruk. During the 2nd millennium BCE, these traditions were incorporated and transformed into Akkadian compositions. A later version, conventionally called the Standard Babylonian Epic, was transmitted in a sequence of tablets and is traditionally associated by ancient scribal tradition with a scholar named Sinlek-Yunnini. The surviving text is incomplete. Parts are broken. Lines have disappeared. Different manuscripts preserve different passages. And yet enough remains for us to recognize an extraordinary work. At its heart is not a story about how to become immortal. It is a story about discovering that one cannot. Was Gilgamesh a real king? Before entering the epic, we must confront the historical question. Did Gilgamesh actually exist? There is no contemporary royal inscription discovered so far that allows us simply to declare that the literary Gilgamesh has been historically verified in the way some later Mesopotamian kings are documented. Nevertheless, several pieces of evidence make it plausible that a historical ruler lies behind the tradition. The Sumerian king list includes Gilgamesh among the rulers of the first dynasty of Uruk. The king list itself is not a straightforward modern historical chronicle. It combines rulers who appear historically plausible with legendary material and fantastically long reigns attributed to very early kings. It must therefore be used critically. More intriguing are early texts that connect Gilgamesh with other rulers, who may belong to a genuine historical environment of the early 3rd millennium BCE. For this reason, many scholars consider it possible, even likely, that a king named Gilgamesh ruled Uruk sometime around the early 3rd millennium BCE, often approximately placed around 2700 BCE, although the precise dates remain uncertain. If so, almost nothing can be said with confidence about the historical man. The Gilgamesh, we know, belongs primarily to literature. But this distinction makes his story more interesting, not less. A human ruler may have died. Memory preserved his name. Generations transformed him. Eventually, he became the man who journeyed to the edge of the world because he could not accept that he too must die. The king of Uruk. At the beginning of the epic, Gilgamesh is extraordinary. He is powerful, beautiful, intelligent, restless, partly divine according to the epic tradition, yet unmistakably mortal. He is also oppressive. The people of Uruk suffer under the intensity of their king. Gilgamesh possesses enormous strength, but has not yet learned how strength should be limited. This is an important beginning. The epic does not introduce its hero as a morally perfected ruler. He must become human. And the gods respond to the complaints of Uruk by creating someone capable of confronting him. His name is Enkidu. Enkidu, the man outside civilization. Enkidu begins as a creature of the wild. He lives among animals. He drinks with them. He moves through the steppe. He belongs to a world outside the city. Gilgamesh is the king of civilization. Enkidu is the man of nature. Their meeting, therefore, represents more than the encounter of two strong men. Two worlds meet. The city and the wilderness. Culture and nature. Power and innocence. The transformation of Enkidu begins through his encounter with Shamhat, a woman associated with the temple and with sexuality. After their prolonged sexual union, Enkidu discovers that his relationship with the animals has changed. They no longer receive him as before. Something has been gained. Something has been lost. He enters the human world. He learns to eat bread. He drinks beer. He wears clothing. He is introduced to social life. In one of the oldest literary reflections on civilization, becoming fully human means leaving something behind. Civilization gives Enkidu consciousness, companionship, food, clothing, identity, and eventually friendship. But it also brings him closer to death. When the rival becomes the friend, Enkidu travels to Uruk and confronts Gilgamesh. The two struggle. Neither relationship nor civilization begins peacefully. Yet from their confrontation emerges one of the central relationships in ancient literature. They become friends. The nature and emotional intensity of their bond have generated many interpretations, but whatever theoretical framework we choose, the epic makes one thing unmistakable. Enkidu changes Gilgamesh. For the first time, the king encounters someone who is not merely a subject. Someone can resist him. Someone can accompany him. Someone can share danger with him. Someone can be lost. Before Enkidu, Gilgamesh possesses power. Through Enkidu, he discovers relationship. And through relationship, he will discover grief. The cedar forest. Gilgamesh and Enkidu decide to undertake a dangerous expedition to the cedar forest, guarded by the terrifying being called Humbaba, Huwawa in the earlier Sumerian tradition. Why go? Glory, adventure, reputation, the desire to accomplish something that will survive death. Already, the problem of mortality is present. Gilgamesh does not yet seek literal immortality. He seeks the immortality of the name. If a man cannot live forever, perhaps his deeds can. This is one of civilization's oldest answers to death. Build, conquer, create, write your name into history. The heroes defeat Humbaba. The victory brings fame, but it also disturbs the divine order. Human glory has consequences. Ishtar and the Bull of Heaven. After Gilgamesh returns, the goddess Ishtar desires him. Gilgamesh rejects her and recalls the disastrous fates of her previous lovers. Humiliated and enraged, Ishtar appeals to her father Anu and obtains the Bull of Heaven, which is sent against Uruk. Gilgamesh and Enkidu kill it. Again they triumph. Again the triumph has consequences. The gods decide that one of the two heroes must die. Not Gilgamesh. Enkidu. And with this decision, the epic changes completely. The heroic adventure becomes a meditation on mortality. The death of Enkidu. Enkidu becomes ill. The man who once ran with animals can no longer command his own body. He dreams. He curses. He remembers. He fears what awaits him. And then he dies. Gilgamesh is shattered. His grief is not philosophical. It is physical. Wild. Almost disorganizing. He remains beside Enkidu's body. He cannot immediately accept what has happened. The friend who spoke to him has become an object that no longer responds. In one of the most disturbing moments of the epic, Gilgamesh finally recognizes the irreversible reality of death through the transformation of Enkidu's corpse. Death is no longer an abstraction. It has a face. The face of the person he loved. And then Gilgamesh makes the discovery that will drive the rest of the epic. What happened to Enkidu will happen to me. This is the psychological turning point. Gilgamesh does not begin his search for immortality because he has developed an abstract philosophical interest in eternal life. He begins because grief has destroyed the illusion that death belongs to other people. When grief becomes fear, Gilgamesh leaves Uruk. The king abandons the city. He wanders through the wilderness, wearing animal skins. The movement is almost the reverse of Enkidu's journey. Enkidu moved from wilderness into civilization. Gilgamesh now moves from civilization into wilderness. The king who possessed walls, temples, servants, wealth, and reputation discovers that none of these can answer the question that now consumes him. Must I die? Somewhere beyond the ordinary human world lives a man who may possess the answer. His name is Utnapishtim. And Utnapishtim is unlike other human beings. He survived the Great Flood, and the gods granted him immortality. If one human being escaped death, Gilgamesh reasons, perhaps another can do the same. At the edge of the world, Gilgamesh's journey takes him through increasingly symbolic landscapes. He reaches the mountains, guarded by scorpion beings. He travels through terrifying darkness. He emerges into a marvelous region associated with precious stones. Eventually, he encounters Sijiri, traditionally described as an alewife or tavern keeper. In the history of the Gilgamesh tradition, Sijiri is associated with one of its most memorable reflections on human mortality. The precise wording and placement of the famous advice differ among versions, and the standard Babylonian text does not preserve it exactly as the earlier Old Babylonian tradition does. But the idea is profound. Human beings cannot build their lives around the refusal to die. There is food. There is clothing. There is companionship. There is family. There is ordinary human joy. Perhaps mortality does not make life meaningless. Perhaps mortality gives life its boundaries. But Gilgamesh is not yet ready to stop. He continues toward Utnapishtim, the man who survived the flood. When Gilgamesh finally reaches Utnapishtim, he expects to discover the secret of immortality. Instead, Utnapishtim tells him a story. And suddenly, our essay reaches one of its most important crossroads. The gods once decided to send a catastrophic flood. But the god E, the Akkadian counterpart of Sumerian Enki, secretly ensured that Utnapishtim received a warning. A vessel had to be built. Life had to be preserved. The storm came. The waters overwhelmed the land. Human civilization disappeared beneath the catastrophe. Eventually, the vessel came to rest. Birds were released to determine whether the waters had receded. A sacrifice was offered after survival. And Utnapishtim and his wife were granted an extraordinary destiny beyond that of ordinary human beings. For anyone familiar with the biblical story of Noah, the similarities are impossible to ignore. But this is not yet the place to conclude that one story is merely a copy of another. Because Utnapishtim's story itself has a history. Behind it stands an older Akkadian flood tradition associated with Atrahasis. Behind and alongside that tradition stands the Sumerian figure Ziusudra. The Mesopotamian flood was already ancient when scribes incorporated it into the story of Gilgamesh. We will return to all of this in detail. For the moment, what matters is why the flood appears here. Gilgamesh has come seeking immortality. Utnapishtim's answer is essentially that his own immortality resulted from an exceptional event that cannot simply be repeated. There is no technique Gilgamesh can learn. No secret initiation. No magical formula. No heroic battle. Immortality is not available to him. The test of sleep. Utnapishtim challenges Gilgamesh to remain awake. If he cannot conquer sleep, how can he imagine conquering death? Gilgamesh fails almost immediately. The symbolism is devastatingly simple. Every night, the human being rehearses surrender. Consciousness disappears. Control is lost. The heroic king who defeated monsters cannot command himself to remain awake. The body knows something that the ego refuses to accept. Human beings are limited. The plant of rejuvenation. Yet Utnapishtim eventually tells Gilgamesh about a plant growing in the depths that possesses the power to restore youth. Gilgamesh obtains it. For a moment, hope returns. He does not immediately consume it. He intends to bring it back and test its power. But while Gilgamesh bathes, a serpent discovers the plant and takes it. As the serpent departs, it sheds its skin. The symbolism is extraordinary. The serpent renews itself. Gilgamesh does not. The possibility of restored youth passes from human hands. Once again, readers familiar with Genesis may feel the pull of comparison. A human being. A plant connected with life. A serpent. The loss of a possibility associated with immortality. But once again, we must resist premature conclusions. The Gilgamesh episode and the Eden narrative are not the same story. Their characters, theology, narrative structure, and moral logic differ. Yet the constellation of images deserves attention. We will return to it later. The return to Uruk. Gilgamesh returns home. And here the epic achieves something remarkable. The story began with the walls of Uruk. After monsters, gods, death, wilderness, the flood, the survivor of the ancient catastrophe, the failed test of sleep, and the stolen plant, Gilgamesh returns to those walls. He has not become immortal. He has not defeated death. Enkidu has not returned. The serpent has taken the plant. What then has he gained? Perhaps knowledge. Not secret knowledge capable of defeating nature. Something more difficult. The knowledge of limitation. Gilgamesh can die. But Uruk can endure beyond him. The city, its walls, its temples, its people, its memory, these belong to a world larger than one individual life. And eventually, even the city will fall. But the story can survive. The first immortality was memory. There is an irony that Gilgamesh himself could never have known. If a historical king named Gilgamesh actually lived around the early 3rd millennium BCE, he failed completely in his literal search for immortality. He died. His body disappeared. His kingdom vanished. Ancient Uruk became ruins. Its language ceased to be spoken. Its temples collapsed. For centuries, even the ability to read the tablets on which his story was written disappeared from human memory. And yet Gilgamesh survived. Not biologically, narratively. The king who feared that death would erase him became one of the oldest human beings whose fear of death we can still hear. More than 4,000 years later, we know his name. We know the name of Enkidu. We can still read of his grief. Perhaps civilization had discovered another form of immortality after all. Not immortality of the body, the immortality of memory. And this brings us to another man whose name would become immortal. Unlike Gilgamesh, he does not emerge primarily from a story about the limits of kingship. He appears as a conqueror, a political revolutionary, the founder of an empire. And centuries after his death, his own birth would be remembered through an extraordinary story. A mother, a newborn child, a basket of reeds sealed with bitumen, a river, and a child carried by the water toward an unknown destiny. His name was Sargon of Akkad. Chapter 7, Akkad, when the city became an empire. For centuries, southern Mesopotamia had been a world of cities. Uruk, Ur, Lagash, Ume, Kish, Nippur. Each possessed its own political ambitions, temples, rulers, traditions, and gods. Alliances formed and dissolved. Borders moved. Armies fought over land and water. One city might dominate its neighbors for a generation, only to be challenged by another. Then, during the 24th century BCE, something changed. A ruler emerged who did not merely defeat neighboring cities. He brought much of Mesopotamia under a political system whose scale was unprecedented in the region. His name was Sargon, and the kingdom he created would become known as the Akkadian Empire. It is often described as the first territorial empire in Mesopotamian history, and with appropriate caution concerning the meaning of the word empire, one of the earliest great imperial formations known to us. With Akkad, the political imagination of Mesopotamia expanded. The city had learned to become an empire. The Akkadians were already there. It would be misleading to imagine the Akkadians as a completely foreign people who suddenly appeared, conquered Sumer, and replaced its civilization. Semitic-speaking populations had been present in Mesopotamia long before Sargon. Personal names and linguistic evidence show interaction between Sumerian and Semitic-speaking communities centuries before the Akkadian Empire. The Akkadian language belongs to the Semitic language family. It is therefore linguistically related, at considerable historical distance, to languages such as Hebrew, Aramaic, and Arabic. This immediately distinguishes it from Sumerian, which remains a language isolate. Yet linguistic difference did not produce two completely separate cultural worlds. Sumerian and Akkadian existed beside one another. They influenced one another. Words crossed linguistic boundaries. Scribes learned both languages. Gods were identified across languages. Sumerian Inanna was closely identified with Akkadian Ishtar. Sumerian Enki with Akkadian E. Udu with Shamus. Nana with Sin. The rise of Akkad was therefore not the destruction of one civilization followed by the creation of another from nothing. It was a political transformation within an already deeply interconnected Mesopotamian world. A man called Sargon, the name by which we know the founder of the Akkadian Empire, is itself revealing. In Akkadian, Sharukin can be understood as the king is legitimate or the king is true. Whether this was his birth name or a throne name adopted later remains uncertain. Even his origins became surrounded by legend. Later tradition describes him as a man who did not begin life as the obvious heir to a royal throne. One tradition associates him with the court of Urza Baba, king of Kish, where Sargon served as a cupbearer. From this relatively subordinate position, he eventually emerged as ruler. But before Sargon could dominate Mesopotamia, another king stood in his way. Lugaltsaigsi, the king before the empire. Immediately before Sargon's rise, Lugaltsaigsi, ruler first associated with Umma and later with Uruk, had already brought a significant part of southern Mesopotamia under his control. His victories represented an important movement toward political unification. Sargon defeated him. Later tradition presents the defeated Lugaltsaigsi being brought in a neck stalk to the gate of Enlil's temple at Nippur. The symbolism is unmistakable. This was not merely the defeat of one king by another. Sargon was claiming a new political order. From his capital at Akkad, he began building a system of rule that extended far beyond the traditional horizon of a single city-state. The lost capital. Here we encounter one of the great archaeological ironies of ancient Mesopotamia. Akkad gave its name to an empire. It gave its name to the Akkadian language. Its political legacy influenced Mesopotamia for centuries. And yet the ancient city of Akkad, Agade, has never been securely identified archaeologically. Its approximate region is debated, but its exact location remains unknown. Somewhere in Mesopotamia lies, or once lay, the capital of one of the earliest great empires in human history. We possess the names of its kings. We read texts written in its language. We know the empire it created. But we cannot yet point with certainty to the ground and say, "Here stood Akkad." There is something almost symbolic about this. An empire can dominate the known world of its rulers and still disappear so completely that even its capital becomes a question. Sargon's empire. Reconstructing the precise geographical extent of Sargon's conquests is difficult. Royal inscriptions are ideological documents. Ancient kings celebrated victory. They did not provide modern political maps. Later traditions also magnified the achievements of famous rulers. Nevertheless, Sargon's power clearly extended across a large part of Mesopotamia. His campaigns and those of his successors connected southern Babylonia with northern Mesopotamia and regions extending toward Syria and the upper Euphrates. Akkadian royal ideology claimed horizons reaching toward the upper sea, usually understood as the Mediterranean, and the lower sea, the Persian Gulf. Whether every territory mentioned in royal language was continuously administered as a province in the modern sense is another question. Ancient imperial control could take different forms: direct administration, tribute, military domination, local rulers acknowledging superior authority, control of strategic routes. The empire was therefore not a modern nation-state painted uniformly on a map. But its political ambition was unmistakable. The king of Akkad claimed authority on a scale larger than the traditional city-state. How do you rule an empire? Conquest is one problem. Administration is another. An army can defeat a city. Keeping many cities under control requires institutions. Sargon and his successors relied upon officials, governors, military power, economic networks, and strategic appointments. Local elites could be retained, replaced, or incorporated into the imperial system. Members of the royal family could occupy positions of enormous religious and political importance. One of the most famous examples was Sargon's daughter, Enheduanna. Enheduanna, a woman whose name survived. Sargon appointed Enheduanna as high priestess of the moon god Nanna at Ur. Her position had profound political significance. By placing his daughter in one of southern Mesopotamia's most important religious offices, Sargon connected the new Akkadian dynasty with the ancient sacred institutions of Sumer. But Enheduanna became much more than a political appointment. Several important Sumerian literary compositions are transmitted under her name, including hymns associated especially with Inanna. For this reason, She is often described as the earliest named author known to world literature. The exact questions of authorship, textual transmission, and later scribal preservation require scholarly caution, but her literary identity is nevertheless extraordinary. More than 4,000 years ago, a woman associated with the Akkadian royal house entered literary memory by name. Not merely a priestess, not merely a daughter of the king, Enheduanna. And through her, we see once again that Akkadian political power did not simply erase Sumerian culture. Sargon's own daughter composed, or was remembered as composing in Sumerian, and served a Sumerian cult center. Empire was already learning one of its oldest strategies. To rule a civilization, one must also learn to inhabit its symbols. Sumerian and Akkadian, two languages, one intellectual world. Under the Akkadian dynasty, the Akkadian language acquired unprecedented political prestige. But Sumerian did not disappear. Instead, Mesopotamia increasingly developed a bilingual intellectual culture. Akkadian would eventually become one of the great languages of the ancient Near East, used for administration, diplomacy, literature, scholarship, and international communication. Sumerian, meanwhile, continued to possess enormous cultural prestige. Even after it ceased to be widely spoken as an everyday language, scribes studied it for centuries. They copied Sumerian texts. They produced lexical lists. They translated. They preserved hymns and myths. This created one of the world's earliest great scholarly traditions. A Babylonian scribe living many centuries after Sargon could study Sumerian texts that were already ancient in his own time. Mesopotamia became a civilization that studied its own past. The gods survived the change of language. The Akkadians did not arrive with a religious system that simply abolished the gods of Sumer. Instead, divine worlds were translated and identified. Inanna became Ishtar. Enki became E. Udu became Shamus. Nana became Sin. But translation did not always mean perfect equivalence. As languages and political centers changed, gods acquired new emphases. Myths were rewritten. Theological relationships evolved. A deity associated strongly with one city could become important across an empire. This is one reason why speaking of Mesopotamian mythology, as though it were a single fixed system, can be misleading. It was a living tradition, extending across millennia. Stories survive because they changed. Naram-Sin, when the king became divine. After Sargon's death, the empire survived serious rebellions and political challenges. His successors included Rimush and Manish-Tushu, followed eventually by one of the most famous rulers of the dynasty, Naram-Sin. Under Naram-Sin, Akkadian imperial ideology reached extraordinary heights. He adopted the title King of the Four Quarters, expressing a claim to universal rule. Even more strikingly, his name could be written with the divine determinative. The king had crossed a symbolic boundary. He was not merely favored by the gods. He was represented as divine. The famous victory stele of Naram-Sin captures this ideology visually. The king ascends a mountain above defeated enemies. He is larger than the other figures. He wears a horned helmet, an attribute associated with divinity. Soldiers follow him upward. Enemies fall beneath him. Above, celestial symbols shine. The composition is political theology carved in stone. The ruler stands between humanity and the divine. Empire has become cosmic order, the price of imperial power. But imperial ideology hides instability. The Akkadian kings repeatedly faced rebellions. Cities that had possessed their own rulers and traditions did not necessarily accept permanent domination willingly. Distance complicated administration. Military campaigns required resources. Political succession created vulnerability. Environmental and economic pressures could intensify existing problems. An empire can appear invincible precisely at the moment when its internal tensions are becoming impossible to control. This would eventually happen to Akkad. The fall of Akkad. The Akkadian Empire endured for roughly 2 centuries, although exact chronologies remain debated. By around the end of the 3rd millennium's 22nd century BCE, its political system had fragmented. Why? There is no single, universally accepted explanation. Later Mesopotamian literary tradition blamed catastrophe on sacrilege. A famous composition known as the Curse of Akkad tells how Naram-Sin, after losing divine favor, attacked the temple of Enlil at Nippur. The gods responded. Akkad was destroyed. Famine followed. Order collapsed. But this is literature and theology, not a contemporary historical report. Modern scholarship considers multiple factors: internal political instability, rebellions, changes in trade networks, pressure from groups including the Gutians, associated in Mesopotamian sources with regions to the east, and possibly severe climatic disruption connected with the so-called 4-2-kiloyear event, a period of aridification that affected parts of the ancient Near East around the end of the 3rd millennium BCE. The importance and regional impact of this climatic event remain subjects of continuing debate. Climate does not overthrow an empire by itself. But drought, agricultural stress, migration, political fragmentation, and military pressure can interact. Civilizations rarely collapse for only one reason. Akkad disappears, Akkadian does not. The political empire fell. Its language did not. This distinction is crucial. After the collapse of Akkadian imperial rule, Mesopotamia did not simply return to the world that existed before Sargon. The political map changed. New dynasties emerged. The 3rd dynasty of Ur, often called Ur-II, later created another highly centralized Mesopotamian state. Eventually, Babylonian and Assyrian civilizations would rise. Both would use varieties of Akkadian. For more than a millennium, Akkadian remained one of the great languages of the ancient Near East. It became the language of the Epic of Gilgamesh in its most famous surviving forms. It became a language of diplomacy. During the 2nd millennium BCE, rulers far beyond Mesopotamia communicated internationally in Akkadian. The empire died. Its cultural consequences did not. And what did the Bible remember? Here an intriguing historical problem appears. Akkad had once dominated Mesopotamia. Its language shaped the intellectual world of the ancient Near East for centuries. Its kings became legendary. Sargon's name survived in later traditions long after his empire disappeared. Yet the Hebrew Bible says remarkably little about Akkad. There is, however, one extraordinary survival. In Genesis 10:10, within the description of Nimrod's kingdom, a name appears among the ancient cities of the land of Shinar. Akkad, Babel, Erech Uruk, Akkad, and Calneh, depending on the interpretation of the difficult Hebrew text. The biblical text remembers the name, but it does not tell the history of Sargon. It does not describe the Akkadian Empire. It does not present an account of Naram-Sin. A civilization that transformed Mesopotamia survives in the Bible primarily as an ancient place name. Why? We will return to this question later. For now, another connection demands our attention. A king, a mother, a basket, and a river. Centuries after Sargon's lifetime, Mesopotamian scribes preserved a remarkable story concerning his birth. Sargon speaks in the first person. His mother is described as a high-ranking or priestly woman. His father is unknown. His mother conceives him secretly. She gives birth to him. Then she places the infant in a basket of reeds. She seals its opening with bitumen, and she casts the child onto a river. The water does not drown him. The river carries him toward another life. A man named Akkad, a drawer of water, finds the basket. He raises the child. Sargon becomes a gardener. And eventually, according to the legendary arc of the story, the abandoned child becomes king. The historian must immediately add an important warning. The surviving text of the Sargon birth legend comes from manuscripts copied many centuries after the historical Sargon. We therefore cannot simply treat it as a factual account of his infancy. It tells us with greater certainty how later Mesopotamians remembered Sargon than how Sargon was actually born. But another reader will notice something immediately. A baby whose birth is dangerous. A reed container. Bitumen. A river. The child survives. Someone else discovers and raises him. And the abandoned infant grows into a man who will transform the history of his people. Many centuries after Sargon, another ancient text would tell the story of another child placed in a small vessel among the waters. His mother would also be trying to save him. His container would also be made from plant material. It too would be waterproofed. He too would be found and raised outside his original household. And he too would become one of the most consequential figures in the sacred memory of an entire civilization. His name was Moses. The similarity is too striking to ignore, but it is also too important to simplify. And so our next question must be asked carefully. What, if anything, connects the child Sargon floating upon a Mesopotamian river with the child Moses among the reeds of the Nile? Chapter 8. The Child on the River, Sargon and Moses. Few images in ancient literature are as simple or as powerful as that of a helpless child floating upon water. The child cannot determine where the river will carry him. He cannot protect himself. He cannot know that someone will find him. His life depends upon forces entirely beyond his control. And yet the abandoned child survives. Later, he becomes extraordinary. In the ancient Near East, two of the most famous versions of this narrative are associated with Sargon of Akkad and Moses. The resemblance between them has attracted scholars for generations. But to understand its significance, we must first read each story on its own terms. Sargon in the Basket. The text commonly known as the Sargon birth legend survives in 1st millennium BCE manuscripts, although the tradition itself may be considerably older. Its opening is dramatic. Sargon identifies himself as a mighty king. Then he describes his origins. His mother is presented as a woman of elevated or priestly status, while his father is unknown to him. She conceives and gives birth to him secretly. Then she places the infant into a basket made of reeds. The basket is sealed with bitumen so that water cannot enter. She sets him upon the river. The river carries him away. A man named Akkad, described as a drawer of water, discovers the child while performing his work. Akkad lifts Sargon from the river. He raises him as his son. Sargon becomes a gardener. And eventually, the abandoned child rises to kingship. The structure is almost archetypal. Hidden or dangerous birthright arrow abandonment upon water right arrow, unexpected rescue right arrow, humble upbringing right arrow, extraordinary destiny. But historically, we must be cautious. The surviving copies of the legend were written more than a millennium after the historical Sargon, who ruled in the 24th and 23rd centuries BCE. We therefore possess no contemporary evidence that Sargon was actually placed in a basket as an infant. The legend is not a birth certificate. It is a story of royal identity. And that may be precisely why it matters. Why would a king need such a story? Royal traditions often explain why a ruler who does not possess an obvious hereditary claim nevertheless deserves to rule. An obscure origin can become evidence of destiny. The hero is not king because he inherited everything easily. He becomes king despite having begun with nothing. The river itself seems to deliver him toward his future. The abandonment that should have produced death instead becomes the first stage of election. The narrative therefore reverses social weakness. Sargon's uncertain parentage does not diminish him. It magnifies him. He rises because some extraordinary destiny appears to accompany him. A child without a throne becomes ruler of an empire. Moses among the reeds. The biblical story appears in the opening chapters of the book of Exodus. Its political context is completely different. The Israelites are living in Egypt. A new pharaoh fears their growing population. He orders that Hebrew male infants be killed. Moses is therefore born under a sentence of death. His mother hides him for 3 months. When she can no longer conceal him, she prepares a container made of papyrus or reeds, waterproofs it with bitumen and pitch, places the child inside, and sets it among the reeds along the bank of the Nile. The child's sister watches from a distance. Then Pharaoh's daughter comes to the river. She discovers the child. She recognizes him as one of the Hebrew infants. And yet she has compassion. Through the intervention of Moses' sister, the child's own mother is brought back to nurse him. Later, Moses is raised as the son of Pharaoh's daughter. The threatened Hebrew infant, thus, enters the household of the very power that had ordered the death of Hebrew children. The irony is profound. Pharaoh attempts to destroy a future threat. His own household, unknowingly, protects the man who will eventually confront him. The basket that is also an ark. There is an especially fascinating detail in the Hebrew text. The word used for the container in which Moses is placed is teva. This is an unusual Hebrew word. In the Hebrew Bible, it is used in only 2 narrative contexts of major importance: the vessel of Noah and the small vessel of Moses. The English word ark can therefore obscure something remarkable. Noah enters a teva to survive the waters that destroy a world. Moses enters a teva to survive a royal decree that threatens his life. One preserves the future of humanity and living creatures. The other preserves the future liberator of Israel. In both stories, water threatens death. In both, a vessel becomes the boundary between destruction and survival. The biblical text thus creates an internal resonance between Noah and Moses. The small basket among the reeds is, in literary terms, a miniature ark. Sargon and Moses, the striking parallels. When the 2 infancy narratives are placed beside one another, several similarities immediately appear. Both concern a male infant whose early circumstances are extraordinary. Both children are separated from their biological household. Both are placed in a container made from plant material. Both containers are waterproofed with bituminous material. Both children are placed upon or beside a river. Both survive through unexpected discovery. Both are raised in circumstances different from those of their birth. Both eventually become figures of enormous political or religious importance. These similarities are real. They do not need to be exaggerated. But the differences are equally important. The stories are not identical. Sargon's mother appears to conceal the circumstances of his birth. Moses' mother hides him because Pharaoh has ordered Hebrew male infants to be killed. Sargon is set directly upon the river. Moses is placed among the reeds at the riverbank. Sargon is found by Akkad, the water drawer. Moses is found by Pharaoh's daughter. Sargon rises to become king, an imperial conqueror. Moses does not become king. He becomes prophet, lawgiver, mediator, and liberator. Sargon's story legitimizes the rise of a ruler. Moses' story introduces the man who will challenge royal power. One child becomes king. The other confronts a king. This difference is profound. The narrative architecture may resemble itself. The theological meaning has changed. Which story came first? Chronologically, the historical Sargon lived more than a millennium before the biblical book of Exodus reached its final literary form. But this does not automatically solve the problem. The crucial issue is not simply, when did Sargon live? It is, when was the Sargon birth, legend composed and transmitted in the form relevant to comparison with Exodus? The surviving manuscripts of the Sargon legend are late. Likewise, the Book of Exodus contains traditions that developed through a long history before reaching its final form. This makes a simple statement such as, Moses was copied from Sargon, far stronger than the evidence allows. Several possibilities must remain open. The biblical authors or transmitters may have known a Mesopotamian version of the Sargon tradition. Both stories may have drawn upon a broader ancient, Near Eastern narrative pattern. The motif may have circulated orally in forms that no longer survive. Or the resemblance may involve a combination of inherited literary motifs and independent theological transformation. Historical contact certainly makes transmission possible. Mesopotamia and the Levant were never completely isolated from one another. And during the first millennium BCE, Judean intellectual culture came into particularly consequential contact with Mesopotamian civilization, especially during and after the Babylonian exile. But possibility is not proof. Responsible comparison must distinguish between a plausible cultural pathway and a demonstrable textual dependency. The exposed child is older than either comparison. Sargon and Moses belong to a much wider family of stories, sometimes described as the exposed child, abandoned child, or hero birth motif. Across cultures, a remarkable individual begins life in danger. The child is unwanted, threatened, illegitimate, prophesied against, or politically dangerous. He is abandoned. Nature should kill him. Instead, nature becomes the path to survival. Someone unexpected finds him. The child grows. And the person who should never have survived becomes king, hero, warrior, founder, prophet, or savior. This pattern appears in many forms. Cyrus, the child the king tried to kill. The Greek historian Herodotus preserves a famous story about Cyrus the Great, founder of the Achaemenid Persian Empire. King Astyages receives troubling dreams concerning his daughter's offspring. Fearing that his grandson will overthrow him, he orders the child to be killed. The infant survives. He is raised away from the royal household. Eventually, his true identity emerges, and the feared destiny is fulfilled. There is no basket floating down a river. The details differ greatly, but the structure is familiar. Threatened child right arrow, attempted removal right arrow, survival right arrow, hidden identity right arrow, future ruler. Romulus and Remus. Roman tradition offers another famous example. The twins Romulus and Remus are condemned to death because of political danger. They are placed in a container and abandoned near the Tiber. The waters do not destroy them. They survive. A she-wolf becomes part of the famous rescue tradition, and the children are eventually raised by human foster parents. One of them, Romulus, becomes the legendary founder of Rome. Again, water, abandonment, rescue, hidden identity, future greatness. The details are Roman. The deeper narrative pattern is much older and wider. Karna, a child carried by the river. Far to the east, in the Sanskrit epic Mahabharata, we encounter another extraordinary child associated with abandonment and water. His name is Karna. Kunti receives a divine mantra through which she can invoke a god. Before her marriage, she calls upon Surya, the sun god, and gives birth to Karna. Faced with the social consequences of an unmarried pregnancy, she places the infant in a container and sets him upon a river. The child is discovered and raised by a foster family. Karna grows into one of the greatest warriors of the Mahabharata. He lives without initially knowing his true parentage. And his hidden identity, becomes one of the great tragedies of the epic. The similarity to Sargon and Moses is again fascinating. But here chronology and transmission become even more difficult. The Mahabharata developed through a long process of oral and textual formation, and its surviving form belongs to a complex historical period. We cannot responsibly construct a direct line. Sargon right arrow Moses right arrow Karna. What we can say is more interesting. Across very different civilizations, human imagination repeatedly returned to the image of the extraordinary child whose identity is concealed, whose life is threatened, and whose survival depends upon separation from the world into which he was born. Why water? Why does water appear so often? Because water possesses a remarkable symbolic ambiguity. Water gives life. Water destroys life. A river carries fertility. A river can drown. Water separates one shore from another. It carries the traveler away from home. It cleanses. It conceals. It transforms. The child placed upon water enters a space between worlds. He has left one identity. He has not yet entered another. The river becomes a boundary between birth and destiny. In psychological language, we might call this a liminal state. The child is neither fully dead nor securely alive. Neither fully abandoned nor yet adopted. Neither belonging to the old world nor to the new. The river carries him through transformation. History, myth, and archetype. At this point, 3 different explanations can easily become confused. The first is historical transmission. A story can move from one culture to another through migration, conquest, trade, exile, translation, or literary borrowing. The second is literary convention. Cultures may inherit common storytelling patterns without preserving a single identifiable original source. The third is what later psychological thinkers, especially in Jungian traditions, might describe in terms of archetypal patterns, recurrent symbolic structures arising from fundamental human experiences. These explanations are not necessarily mutually exclusive. A narrative can be historically transmitted and still possess archetypal power. Indeed, perhaps stories survive precisely because the images they contain continue to speak to human experience. The abandoned child is historically particular, but the fear beneath the story is universal. Will the vulnerable survive? Will what is rejected return? Can destiny emerge from abandonment? Can the powerless child become greater than the power that tried to destroy him? The reversal of power. This may be the deepest common structure connecting these stories. The infant has no power. The king has enormous power. Yet the king fears the child. Pharaoh commands an empire, but Moses survives. Astyages possesses a throne, but Cyrus survives. The political order tries to determine the future. The future escapes. The abandoned child returns. This narrative pattern expresses a profound intuition. Power cannot completely control destiny. And this is why the story remains compelling, even when its historical details differ. From the basket to the ark. But the image of the child on the water leads us toward something much larger. In the Moses narrative, the Hebrew word teva quietly connects the infant's little vessel with another vessel from an earlier biblical story. Noah's Ark. And once we follow that connection, we enter one of the most remarkable networks of narrative parallels in the ancient world. Long before the biblical account of Noah reached its surviving form, Mesopotamian scribes were already telling stories about a devastating flood. A man named Ziusudra survived it. Another tradition called the survivor Atrahasis. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, he became Utnapishtim. In India, Manu would be warned of a coming deluge and instructed to prepare a vessel. In Greece, Deucalion and Pyrrha would survive another destruction by water. The names change. The gods change. The vessels change. The reasons for the catastrophe change. But once again, the waters rise. Once again, a human being receives a warning. Once again, life enters a vessel. And once again, after the destruction of an old world, someone steps onto dry land. The child in the basket has brought us to the edge of a much greater arc. It is time to enter the story of the Great Flood. Chapter 9. When the waters covered the world, from Ziusudra to Noah and Manu. Among the great stories humanity has told about its beginnings, few are as widespread or as disturbing as the story of a world destroyed by water. The waters rise. The familiar landscape disappears. Human beings die. Animals disappear. The structures of civilization are overwhelmed. But someone has been warned. A vessel is prepared. Life enters it. The old world ends. And when the waters finally recede, a small remnant steps into a world that must begin again. For readers raised within the biblical tradition, the name that immediately comes to mind is Noah. But Noah does not stand alone. Long before the surviving Hebrew text of Genesis reached its final form, Mesopotamian scribes had preserved stories of a catastrophic flood. The survivor was called Ziusudra in a Sumerian composition. In an Akkadian epic, the central human figure was Atrahasis. In the epic of Gilgamesh, the immortal survivor became Utnapishtim. Farther east, ancient Indian tradition told of Manu, warned by a mysterious fish of a coming deluge. Greek tradition remembered Deucalion and Pyrrha. Flood traditions also appear in many other parts of the world. This immediately raises one of the central questions of our investigation. Are we looking at memories of the same catastrophe? At stories transmitted from one civilization to another? At independent memories of devastating regional floods? At recurring mythic responses to the universal human experience of water, destruction, and renewal? Or at some combination of all these possibilities? To answer responsibly, we must begin where the surviving textual evidence takes us most deeply. Mesopotamia. Ziusudra, the Sumerian survivor. One of the earliest surviving Mesopotamian literary accounts of a great flood appears in a fragmentary Sumerian composition, often called the Sumerian flood story or the Eridu Genesis. Its surviving manuscript is much later than the remote period in which the story is set, and substantial portions of the text are missing. Nevertheless, enough survives to reveal the essential structure. The gods decide that a flood will destroy humanity. A pious ruler named Ziusudra receives a divine warning. The catastrophe comes. A terrible storm rages. The flood overwhelms the land. Ziusudra survives in a great vessel. Afterward, he offers sacrifice. He is granted an extraordinary destiny and taken to a distant place associated with divine favor. Already, we recognize a pattern that will become increasingly familiar. Divine decision. Warning. Vessel. Flood. Survival. Sacrifice. A transformed existence after catastrophe. But the Sumerian text is fragmentary. For a much fuller account, we must turn to Akkadian literature. Atrahasis, the flood before Gilgamesh. The Atrahasis epic is indispensable to any serious discussion of the Mesopotamian flood. It is sometimes overshadowed in popular discussions by the Epic of Gilgamesh, but historically and conceptually, it is essential. A major surviving version of Atrahasis was written in Akkadian in the Old Babylonian period, in the 2nd millennium BCE. The story begins not with humanity, but with the gods. And the problem is labor. Lesser gods are burdened with exhausting work. They dig canals. They maintain the agricultural world. Eventually, they rebel. The divine order faces a crisis. The solution is the creation of human beings. Humanity is created so that human beings can take over the labor previously imposed upon the gods. This is a radically different theological anthropology from the one later presented in Genesis. Humanity exists in part to relieve divine labor. But the solution creates another problem. Humans multiply. Their activity and noise disturb the God Enlil. Attempts are made to reduce the population through disasters. Eventually, the most radical solution is chosen. The flood. Humanity is to be destroyed. Enki/E breaks the silence. One God, however, does not allow the human race to disappear. In the Akkadian tradition, he is E, corresponding to the Sumerian Enki, god of wisdom and freshwater. The gods have sworn not to reveal the plan directly. E therefore communicates indirectly with Atrahasis, addressing a wall or reed structure in such a way that the warning reaches the human hero. Atrahasis is instructed to dismantle his house and construct a boat. Property is to be abandoned. Life must be saved. The structure of the story is now unmistakable. A divine decision has condemned humanity. One human being receives privileged knowledge. A vessel is built before anyone else understands why. Then the waters come. Why does the flood happen? This question reveals one of the most important differences among the traditions. In Atrahasis, humanity's increasing numbers and noise disturb the divine order. In the biblical account, the reason is fundamentally moral. Genesis describes the earth as corrupted and filled with violence. The human heart has turned toward evil. The flood therefore becomes divine judgment upon human corruption. The catastrophe may resemble the Mesopotamian flood in narrative structure. Its theology has been transformed. This is precisely why the word copying is often inadequate. A culture can inherit a narrative form while radically changing what that form means. The same waters can carry a different theology. Utnapishtim, the flood enters Gilgamesh. When the flood story appears in Tablet 11 of the Epic of Gilgamesh, it serves a new literary purpose. Gilgamesh is not primarily investigating ancient catastrophe. He wants to know how a human being escaped death. Utnapishtim tells him that long ago the gods decided to destroy humanity with a flood. E warns him. He is instructed to build a vessel. The boat is constructed according to extraordinary dimensions. Utnapishtim brings aboard his family and others associated with his household, along with possessions and living creatures. Then the storm begins. The violence is so terrible that even the gods become frightened by what has been unleashed. For days the storm overwhelms the land. Humanity is destroyed. The world becomes silent. Eventually, the vessel comes to rest on a mountain. Then Utnapishtim performs a test that will sound astonishingly familiar to readers of Genesis. He releases birds. A dove is sent out. It returns. A swallow is sent out. It returns. Then a raven is released. The raven finds conditions suitable and does not return in the same way. Utnapishtim leaves the vessel and offers a sacrifice. The gods gather around the offering. And after conflict among the gods concerning what has happened, Utnapishtim and his wife are granted an exceptional existence far from ordinary humanity. They become survivors outside the normal law of human mortality. This is why Gilgamesh seeks him. The flood story has now become part of a meditation on death. Noah. In Genesis 6:9, the flood appears within an entirely different theological universe. Human wickedness has increased. Violence fills the earth. God determines that the corrupted world will be judged. But one man finds divine favor. Noah. Noah is instructed to construct an enormous vessel, the teva, the same unusual Hebrew word later used for the small vessel in which the infant Moses is placed. He is given instructions concerning its construction. His household is to survive. Living creatures are to be preserved. The flood comes. The waters cover the land. The old human world disappears beneath them. Eventually, the waters begin to recede. The ark comes to rest upon the mountains of Ararat, a geographical expression referring to the region associated with ancient Urartu, rather than necessarily to the specific modern summit called Mount Ararat. Then Noah sends out birds. First a raven, then a dove. The dove initially returns. Later it returns carrying a freshly plucked olive leaf. Finally, it does not return. The earth can be inhabited again. Noah leaves the ark. He builds an altar. He offers sacrifice. And God establishes a covenant. The rainbow becomes the sign that the waters will never again become a flood, destroying all flesh. Utnapishtim and Noah side by side. The similarities between the Mesopotamian and biblical accounts are too numerous and too specific to dismiss as merely the universal fact that floods occur. In both traditions, a divine decision precedes the catastrophe. One man receives advance warning. A large vessel is constructed. The hero's household is preserved. Animals or other living creatures are brought aboard. A catastrophic flood destroys the surrounding human world. The vessel eventually comes to rest. Birds are released to determine whether the waters have receded. The survivor leaves the vessel. A sacrifice is offered. And the relationship between the divine and surviving humanity changes after the catastrophe. The sequence matters. A single shared motif might be coincidence. A complex chain of corresponding narrative elements strongly suggests a historical relationship somewhere within the development of these traditions. But relationship does not necessarily mean that the author of Genesis sat with a copy of Gilgamesh and simply rewrote it. The textual history is almost certainly more complicated. The flood story was already traveling. The Epic of Gilgamesh itself demonstrates how stories travel. Versions and fragments of Gilgamesh circulated far beyond southern Mesopotamia. The epic was copied in different regions. Mesopotamian scribal culture influenced Syria, Anatolia, and the Levant. Akkadian became an international diplomatic language during parts of the second millennium BCE. Texts, scribes, merchants, diplomats, soldiers, captives, and migrants moved between cultural worlds. Centuries later, the Babylonian exile brought Judean elites directly into the heartland of Mesopotamian civilization. This does not prove that the biblical flood narrative was created only during the exile. Biblical traditions themselves possess complicated histories, but it demonstrates that channels through which Mesopotamian traditions could become known in the Levant were abundant. The ancient Near East was not a collection of sealed cultural boxes. Stories could cross borders more easily than armies. But was there a real flood? The question is unavoidable. Did a historical flood lie behind these traditions? Archaeology confirms that ancient Mesopotamian settlements repeatedly experienced severe flooding. Excavations at sites including Shurapak, Kish, and revealed flood deposits associated with different periods. But these layers do not all represent one simultaneous event covering the entire Mesopotamian world. Nor does archaeology currently provide evidence for a single flood covering the entire planet within the periods relevant to these texts. A catastrophic regional flood, however, could have been experienced by its survivors as the destruction of their entire world. For a community living upon the Mesopotamian alluvial plain, the world was not a satellite image of planet Earth. If every village one knew disappeared beneath water, if fields vanished, livestock drowned, houses collapsed, and the horizon became water, the experience could easily enter memory as cosmic catastrophe. Over generations, history could become sacred memory. Sacred memory could become myth. And myth could preserve something that no archaeological layer alone can tell us. What catastrophe felt like. Manu and the fish. Now we move eastward. Ancient India also preserves a remarkable flood tradition. One of its earliest surviving forms appears in the Shatapatha Brahmana, a Vedic prose text. The central human figure is Manu. One day, while Manu is performing an ordinary act involving water, a small fish comes into his hands. The fish asks for protection. Small fish are eaten by larger fish. If Manu saves it, the fish promises, it will one day save him. Manu cares for the fish. It grows and grows. Eventually, it becomes enormous. Then the fish reveals that a flood will come. Manu is instructed to prepare a ship. When the waters rise, Manu enters the vessel. The fish returns. The ship is attached to the fish, which guides it through the flood toward safety. Manu survives. After the waters recede, he performs ritual acts. From the post-flood world, human life is renewed. The structure is once again recognizable. Warning right arrow vessel, right arrow catastrophic water right arrow survival right arrow ritual right arrow renewed humanity. Yet the Indian story has its own distinctive symbolic world. The rescuer is not simply a god, secretly warning a favored human. It is the mysterious fish whom Manu first saves. The relationship is reciprocal. Manu protects the small. Later the small, having become immense, protects Manu. From the fish to Matsya. In later Hindu tradition, the fish becomes explicitly identified with Matsya, the fish incarnation of Vishnu. The story develops across later texts and acquires additional theological elements. In some versions, seeds and forms of life are preserved. In later Puranic traditions, the flood becomes integrated into a much larger Hindu cosmology of recurring creation, dissolution, and renewal. This is an important difference from the biblical worldview. Biblical time is fundamentally linear. Creation leads through human history toward covenant and future fulfillment. Many Hindu cosmological traditions, by contrast, envision vast cycles of creation and dissolution. A flood can therefore belong not merely to one unique beginning of human history, but to recurring cosmic processes. The same image, the world covered by water, enters a very different understanding of time. Did Mesopotamia influence India? This question must be approached with particular caution. Mesopotamia and the civilization of the Indus were not completely isolated. Archaeological and textual evidence demonstrates long-distance contact between Mesopotamia and regions to the east. Mesopotamian texts refer to a land called Meluha, widely associated by scholars with the Indus civilization or regions connected with it. Goods moved. Merchants traveled. Seals and materials crossed enormous distances. Therefore, cultural transmission between Mesopotamia and South Asia was certainly possible at various periods. But possibility is not proof that the Manu flood story derives directly from Atrahasis or Gilgamesh. The chronological and textual problems are substantial. The earliest surviving Indian version belongs to a different cultural and linguistic context, and no chain of textual borrowing can currently be demonstrated with certainty. The responsible conclusion is therefore neither. They are completely unrelated. Nor. The Indian story was copied from Mesopotamia. The responsible conclusion is, the comparison is real, the historical mechanism remains uncertain. Deucalion and Pyrrha. Greek tradition also preserves a great flood. In its best-known later forms, Zeus decides to destroy a corrupt human generation. Deucalion, son of Prometheus, receives warning. He and his wife Pyrrha survive in a vessel, while the waters overwhelm the world around them. Eventually, they reach safety. But the Greek story develops in its own direction. After the flood, Deucalion and Pyrrha are instructed to cast the bones of their mother behind them. They interpret the riddle correctly. Their mother is earth. Her bones are stones. The stones they throw become human beings. Humanity is renewed from the earth itself. Again, we encounter familiar elements. divine anger, destruction by water, a favored survivor, a vessel, a mountain, renewal of humanity. But again, the theological and symbolic world is distinctively Greek. And beyond these worlds, flood traditions occur in many other cultures. Stories involving destructive waters are known from parts of the Americas, Oceania, East Asia, Africa, and elsewhere. But here we must become even more cautious. It is tempting to assemble hundreds of flood stories and declare that they all preserve a single global historical event. That conclusion does not follow automatically from the existence of widespread flood traditions. Human civilizations frequently developed beside water. Rivers flood. Coasts experience storms and tsunamis. Monsoon systems fail or intensify. Glacial and post-glacial landscapes change. Lakes overflow. Sea levels rise across long geological periods. Flooding is one of the most universal catastrophic experiences available to human communities. We should therefore distinguish carefully between traditions that share highly specific narrative structures and existed within plausible zones of cultural transmission, traditions that contain only the broad motif of destructive water, and traditions recorded so late that their earlier forms are difficult to reconstruct. Not every flood story belongs to one historical family, but some almost certainly do. One flood or many memories. We are now left with several possibilities. Perhaps a particularly devastating Mesopotamian flood generated a memory that was transmitted and transformed for generations. Perhaps several floods contributed to a composite tradition. Perhaps stories traveled between cultures and fused with local memories of catastrophe. Perhaps some flood myths arose independently because water is universally associated with both creation and destruction. These possibilities need not exclude one another. Myth does not have to preserve history like a photograph. It can preserve history like a dream. It condenses. It transforms. It combines events. It changes geography. It gives natural catastrophe theological meaning. It remembers emotionally, even when it forgets chronologically. The theology of catastrophe. What changes most dramatically between the flood traditions is not necessarily the water. It is the explanation. Why did the world have to be destroyed? In Atrahasis, human proliferation and noise disturb the gods. In Gilgamesh, the divine decision survives within the inherited flood tradition, while the story primarily serves the epic's meditation on mortality. In Genesis, human violence and corruption become central. In the Manu tradition, the flood enters a different cosmological and ritual framework. In Greek tradition, divine judgment again becomes prominent. The catastrophe is therefore never only a catastrophe. Each civilization asks the flood to explain something about itself. What is wrong with humanity? Why does divine power permit destruction? Why are some saved? What obligations follow survival? Can the world begin again without repeating the errors of the old world? The ark is a symbol. The vessel itself deserves attention. An ark is a tiny, ordered world surrounded by chaos. Outside, water, death, dissolution. Inside, structure, memory, food, animals, family, seeds of continuity. The vessel is therefore more than transportation. It is civilization in miniature. When the external world loses its form, the ark preserves form. When history is interrupted, the ark carries memory across the interruption. This may help explain why the flood remains such a powerful human image. Every civilization knows, at some level, that it can disappear. Cities fall. Languages die. Libraries burn. Temples become ruins. Empires vanish. The flood transforms that historical fear into a cosmic image. Everything can be lost. And yet something may cross the waters. What survives? Perhaps this is the deepest question shared by all these stories. Not can catastrophe be prevented? Usually it cannot. But what deserves to survive it? For Utnapishtim, a vessel carries life through divine destruction. For Noah, humanity and animal life pass through judgment into covenant. For Manu, human continuity crosses the waters into a renewed world. The flood destroys continuity. The vessel restores it. And this brings us back to the theme with which our essay began. Civilization is an act of preservation. A clay tablet is a small ark. A sacred text is an ark. A story is an ark. A ritual is an ark. A language can become an ark. Each carries something fragile across time. The physical boats of Ziusudra, Atrahasis, Utnapishtim, Noah, and Manu eventually disappear from the narrative horizon. But their stories do not. They cross millennia. They cross languages. They cross religions. They reach civilizations whose people could never have met one another. And they reach us. The waters receded long ago. The stories are still afloat. Yet another question now waits for us. If Mesopotamia left such profound traces upon the narrative world of the ancient Near East, why does the Hebrew Bible remember Babylon and Assyria so vividly, while the empire of Sargon of Akkad, one of the earliest great political powers in Mesopotamian history, appears almost to have vanished? Almost. Because in one brief biblical verse, an ancient name survives. Akkad. Chapter 10. Akkad in the Bible, a name that survived an empire. The Akkadian Empire transformed Mesopotamia. Sargon became one of the most famous rulers of the ancient Near East. His successors governed territories extending far beyond the traditional boundaries of the Sumerian city-state. The Akkadian language survived the empire that first gave it extraordinary political prestige and remained one of the principal languages of Mesopotamia for more than 2,000 years. The literary traditions preserved in Akkadian include some of the most important surviving works of ancient Near Eastern civilization. And yet, if we open the Hebrew Bible looking for the history of this remarkable empire, we encounter a surprise. There is almost nothing. No story of Sargon. No account of Naram-Sin. No description of the rise and fall of the Akkadian Empire. No biblical narrative corresponding to what modern archaeology and Assyriology have reconstructed about one of the earliest imperial formations in human history. And yet Akkad is not entirely absent. Its name appears briefly in one of the most enigmatic sections of Genesis. The beginning of his kingdom. Genesis 10 belongs to the biblical passage traditionally known as the Table of Nations. After the flood, the descendants of Noah are presented as ancestors of peoples and territories that populate the world known to the biblical authors. Within this genealogical geography appears the mysterious figure Nimrod. He is described as a mighty figure upon the earth and as a mighty hunter before the Lord. Then Genesis 10:10 associates the beginning of his kingdom with several ancient centers in the land of Shinar. Babel, Uruk, Akkad, and Calneh, although the interpretation of the final name is textually difficult. Three names immediately attract our attention. Babel is Babylon. Uruk is Uruk. And Akkad is the ancient city of Akkad, the capital associated with Sargon's dynasty. In a single biblical verse, therefore, we encounter names belonging to some of the deepest layers of Mesopotamian urban history. Uruk, Akkad, Babylon. But they have been brought together within a biblical geography of primeval history. The text is not presenting a modern chronological sequence. Historically, Uruk, Akkad, and Babylon reached prominence in different periods. The biblical author is doing something else. Ancient Mesopotamian places have become elements within a theological map of humanity after the flood. Shinar. The biblical term Shinar appears several times in the Hebrew Bible and is generally associated with Babylonia or southern Mesopotamia. Its precise linguistic history remains debated, but within biblical narrative geography, its meaning is clear enough. Shinar is the land in which Babylon stands. It is also the setting of the Tower of Babel. This means that Mesopotamia occupies an extraordinary place in the early chapters of Genesis. It is not merely a distant foreign land. It belongs to the biblical imagination of humanity's earliest post-flood civilization. Cities arise there. Kingdom appears there. A tower is built there. Languages are divided there. And among the names preserved in that landscape is Akkad. Was Nimrod Sargon? The temptation is immediate. If Genesis associates Nimrod with Akkad, and Sargon was the founder of the Akkadian Empire, could Nimrod actually be a biblical memory of Sargon? Many attempts have been made over the centuries to identify Nimrod with known Mesopotamian rulers. Sargon has been proposed. So have other figures. But no identification has achieved scholarly consensus. Nimrod appears to be a complex literary figure whose name and characteristics cannot securely be reduced to a single known historical king. The biblical text associates him with both Babylonia and Assyria, creating a geographical and political horizon broader than the career of any simple candidate. We therefore should not write, Nimrod was Sargon. The evidence does not permit it. But the association of Nimrod's kingdom with Akkad remains important. It demonstrates that the biblical tradition preserved the memory of the name. Why then is Sargon missing? The simplest answer is chronology. Sargon ruled roughly in the 24th and 23rd centuries BCE. The biblical texts, in the forms available to us, belong to literary and historical worlds vastly later than the Akkadian Empire. More than a millennium separated Sargon's empire from the periods in which many biblical traditions were being composed, transmitted, edited, and brought toward their surviving forms. By then, the political world had changed repeatedly. Akkad had fallen. Uruk had risen and fallen. Old Babylonian kingdoms had emerged. Hammurabi had ruled Babylon. Assyria had developed into a major power. The Kassites had ruled Babylonia. Later Assyrian empires had expanded. The Neo-Babylonian Empire had conquered Jerusalem. Persia had conquered Babylon. For the ancient Israelite and Judean communities, whose traditions became the Hebrew Bible, Assyria and Babylon were living historical powers. Akkad was deep antiquity. The Bible is not a history of Mesopotamia. There is also a more fundamental reason. The Hebrew Bible was never intended to provide a comprehensive history of ancient civilizations. Its narrative interests are selective. Egypt becomes important when it intersects with Israel's sacred story. Assyria becomes important when it destroys the northern kingdom of Israel and threatens Judah. Babylon becomes central when it conquers Jerusalem, destroys the temple, and sends Judeans into exile. Persia becomes important when Cyrus permits exiled communities to return and rebuild. These empires appear not because the biblical writers were compiling an encyclopedia of world civilizations, but because those powers entered the historical and theological memory of Israel and Judah. The Akkadian Empire belonged to a much earlier age. Its absence, therefore, does not require a theory of deliberate suppression. It requires historical distance. What a civilization chooses to remember. This distinction is important because sacred histories are always selective. They remember the past according to particular questions. Who are we? Where did we come from? What is our relationship with God? Why did catastrophe happen? What does covenant require? Why was Jerusalem destroyed? Can exile end? These are not the same questions that a modern archaeologist asks. A modern historian may consider the Akkadian Empire indispensable to understanding the political development of Mesopotamia. A biblical writer may have had no reason to describe it. The absence of Sargon from biblical narrative therefore tells us less about Sargon's historical importance than about the purposes of biblical literature. Akkadian culture without the Akkadian Empire. Yet here we encounter a paradox. The Bible may say almost nothing about the Akkadian Empire, while existing within a broader ancient Near Eastern cultural world deeply shaped by traditions transmitted in the Akkadian language. This distinction is crucial. Akkadian can refer to more than one thing. It can refer to the political empire founded by Sargon. It can refer to the Akkadian language. And it can refer more broadly to literary and scholarly traditions preserved in that language across Babylonian and Assyrian history. The empire disappeared relatively early. The language and literary culture endured. Therefore, when we compare biblical traditions with Atrahasis, Gilgamesh, Mesopotamian creation traditions, laws, prayers, wisdom literature, or flood narratives, we are not necessarily claiming direct influence from Sargon's empire. We are dealing with a much longer Mesopotamian cultural inheritance. That inheritance survived Sargon by many centuries. Abraham and Mesopotamia. The biblical narrative itself places the ancestral story of Abraham within a Mesopotamian horizon. Genesis associates Abram with Ur of the Chaldeans, and later with Haran before his journey toward Canaan. Historically, the phrase Ur of the Chaldeans belongs to terminology much later than the age traditionally associated with the patriarchs, and scholars continue to debate how the geographical references should be understood. Nevertheless, within the literary world of Genesis, the ancestry of Israel is connected with Mesopotamia. This is symbolically significant. The biblical story does not begin in cultural isolation. Its patriarchal memory looks eastward, toward the great river civilizations, toward Mesopotamia. Babylon, the Mesopotamia the Bible could not forget. If Akkad represents a Mesopotamia remembered only faintly, Babylon represents a Mesopotamia that could not be forgotten. In 586 BCE, the forces of the Neo-Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar II destroyed Jerusalem and the First Temple. Part of the Judean population was deported to Babylonia. This event became one of the decisive traumas of biblical history. The questions created by exile were enormous. Had God abandoned Israel? Could worship continue without the temple? Was the covenant broken? Could a people survive outside its land? What did defeat mean? How should ancient traditions be preserved? In Babylonian territory, Judean communities encountered one of the oldest literate civilizations on Earth. The land around them possessed temples, scholarly traditions, creation stories, flood stories, astronomical learning, legal traditions, royal ideologies, and libraries whose intellectual roots stretched deep into Mesopotamian antiquity. This historical encounter does not mean that every similarity between Genesis and Mesopotamian literature originated during the exile. Contacts between the Levant and Mesopotamia were much older. But the exile created an especially intense setting in which inherited Israelite traditions and Mesopotamian cultural worlds existed in direct proximity. Borrowing or argument. This opens a more interesting possibility than simple copying. A biblical author can use a traditional narrative while arguing against its theology. Consider creation. Mesopotamian cosmologies could present creation through conflicts among gods and complex divine genealogies. Genesis 1 presents a radically concentrated theological vision. There is one sovereign creator. Sun and moon are not named as deities. They are lights. The sea is not a rival god whom the creator must defeat. It belongs to creation. The stars are not divine rulers. They too are made. The narrative may therefore share the conceptual environment of the ancient Near East while simultaneously transforming it. The same principle can apply to the flood. The structure resembles Mesopotamian traditions, but the theological interpretation changes. Human violence becomes central. Divine action is framed differently. Afterward comes covenant. The inherited story becomes a vehicle for another understanding of God and humanity. Babel, memory of the Mesopotamian city. Immediately after the biblical flood and the Table of Nations comes another famous story. Human beings settle in the land of Shinar. They build a city. They construct a tower whose top is intended to reach toward heaven. They make bricks. They use bitumen as mortar. And they seek to make a name for themselves. The technological details are unmistakably Mesopotamian. Southern Mesopotamia lacked abundant building stone. Monumental architecture relied heavily upon mud brick and fired brick, with bitumen used in particular contexts. And the great stepped temple towers of Mesopotamia, the ziggurats, provided some of the most visually imposing sacred architecture of the region. The biblical Tower of Babel should not simply be identified without qualification with one particular ziggurat. But the story clearly belongs to a Mesopotamian urban and architectural imagination. Babylon itself possessed the famous ziggurat Etemenenki, associated with the god Marduk, whose later monumental form may have contributed to the cultural background against which the Babel narrative was understood. Again, Mesopotamian civilization enters biblical narrative. But it enters transformed. Let us make a name. The Babel story contains a phrase that resonates strangely with the world we have already encountered. The builders wish to make a name for themselves. Gilgamesh also seeks a name that will survive death. Mesopotamian kings fill inscriptions with their names. Sargon creates an imperial name remembered for centuries. Naram-Sin monumentalizes victory. Civilization builds against oblivion. The biblical story recognizes the same human desire, but treats it ambiguously. The city and tower become symbols not merely of achievement, but of concentrated human ambition. The question is no longer whether civilization can build high enough. It is whether human greatness can become its own absolute. Memory without chronology. We can now better understand why Akkad appears in Genesis 10 beside names belonging to different historical periods. Primeval history is not operating as a modern chronological textbook. Ancient names have been gathered into a theological geography. The biblical writers inherited memories of peoples, cities, kingdoms, and traditions whose historical origins stretched far beyond their own age. Some memories remained detailed. Others became transformed. Some names survived after their original historical contexts had been forgotten. Akkad may be one of these. The empire disappeared. The name remained. The irony of Akkad. There is therefore a remarkable irony. The Hebrew Bible does not tell us the history of the Akkadian Empire. Modern archaeology and Assyriology had to recover that history from ruins, inscriptions, king lists, and clay tablets. And yet some of the literary worlds that surrounded biblical tradition were profoundly shaped by a Mesopotamian civilization, whose languages and texts preserved cultural memories reaching back through Akkad and Sumer. The political Akkad became almost invisible. The cultural Mesopotamia, to which it belonged, remained everywhere. In stories of creation, in the flood, in the architecture of Babel, in the geography of Shinar, perhaps even in distant transformations of motifs, whose origins can no longer be reconstructed with certainty. A civilization can disappear from explicit history while surviving inside the stories of civilizations that come later. What was forgotten and what was transformed? We should therefore resist two opposite mistakes. The first would be to claim that biblical writers deliberately concealed an older and supposedly superior civilization. There is no historical need for such a theory. The second would be to imagine the biblical world developing in complete isolation from the civilizations surrounding it. That, too, is historically implausible. Ancient Israel and Judah belonged to the ancient Near East. Their writers inherited languages, political forms, literary conventions, symbols, and memories circulating through that larger world. What makes biblical literature distinctive is not necessarily that every narrative element appeared for the first time within it. Its distinctiveness often lies in what it did with inherited material. A flood becomes a meditation on violence, judgment, mercy, and covenant. A Mesopotamian city becomes Babel. A tower becomes a symbol of human ambition and fragmentation. Ancient cosmological images become part of a radically monotheistic vision. Tradition survives through transformation. Beyond Babel. And this leads naturally to the next stage of our investigation. The flood is not the only biblical image that has ancient Near Eastern parallels. Human beings formed from earth or clay. A sacred garden. Divine life. A serpent. A plant associated with renewed youth. The loss of immortality. A tower reaching toward heaven. None of these parallels should be treated carelessly. Some are strong. Some are indirect. Some may reflect common ancient Near Eastern imagery, rather than direct literary dependence. And some comparisons popularized in modern literature go far beyond what the evidence can support. We therefore enter dangerous but fascinating territory. It is the territory where comparison can illuminate history, or manufacture similarities that never truly existed. Before we proceed, we must learn how to distinguish the two. Chapter 11. Clay, Garden, Serpent, and Tower, the dangerous beauty of parallels. Once we begin comparing the religious literature of ancient Mesopotamia with the Hebrew Bible, similarities seem to appear everywhere. Human beings are connected with earth and clay. There are sacred gardens. There are special plants. Serpents appear near questions of life and death. Human beings lose opportunities associated with immortality. Great cities build monumental structures reaching toward heaven. Divine beings interact with human beings. Catastrophe interrupts civilization. At first glance, the conclusion can seem obvious. Surely these stories must all be versions of the same original narrative. But this is precisely the moment when comparison becomes dangerous. A similarity can reveal historical relationship. It can also conceal difference. And if we collect similarities while ignoring chronology, language, literary context, theology, and differences between the stories, we can create an illusion of connection stronger than the evidence itself. Scholars sometimes describe this methodological danger with an expressive term: parallelomania. The word refers to the tendency to discover supposed relationships everywhere simply because two traditions share a motif, image, word, or narrative pattern. The solution, however, is not to stop comparing. The solution is to compare more carefully. Because some parallels are indeed remarkable. Humanity from the earth. The second chapter of Genesis contains one of the most famous images of human creation in Western religious tradition. God forms the human being from the dust of the ground and breathes into him the breath of life. The Hebrew text creates a wordplay between Adam, the human being, and Adamah, the ground or soil. Humanity is terrestrial. We come from the earth, and to the earth we return. Ancient Mesopotamian traditions also connect human creation with earth or clay. In the Atrahasis epic, humanity is created in a complex divine process involving clay together with material associated with a slain deity. Human beings are created because the lesser gods have rebelled against exhausting labor. Humanity will carry the burden. The similarity is unmistakable at one level. The human body is connected with earth, but the theological meanings differ dramatically. In Atrahasis, humanity emerges within a divine labor crisis involving multiple gods. In Genesis, one god intentionally forms the human being and gives life through divine breath. The material image overlaps. The understanding of humanity does not. Is clay an extraordinary parallel? Before concluding that one text borrowed from another, we should ask a simpler question. What material would ancient agricultural societies naturally associate with the human body? Earth, soil, mud, clay. Human beings are born, live upon the ground, cultivate it, eat what grows from it, bury their dead within it, and watch bodies return to it. Potters transform shapeless clay into recognizable forms. The analogy between a potter forming a vessel and a deity forming a human being is almost inevitable. Creation from earth, therefore, appears in more than one cultural tradition. This does not make the Mesopotamian biblical comparison meaningless. It means that the strength of the comparison must be judged by more than one shared material. A single image is suggestive. A complex sequence of shared narrative elements is much stronger. This is why the flood parallels are generally more compelling than a simple statement that two traditions describe humanity as formed from earth. A garden in the east. Genesis places the first human beings within a garden planted by God. Eden. Rivers flow from it. Trees grow there. Among them are two extraordinary trees: the tree of life and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Humanity may eat freely, with one crucial prohibition. The garden is abundant. It is protected. It is associated with divine presence. And after human disobedience, access to the tree of life is blocked. The human being must leave. Life continues. Immortality does not. Ancient Mesopotamian literature also contains gardens, sacred landscapes, divine trees, extraordinary plants, and distant places associated with the gods. But here we must be especially cautious. There is no single Mesopotamian text that is simply the original Garden of Eden story. Rather, we encounter a constellation of images. Dilmun, a land without sickness. The Sumerian composition, commonly known as Enki and Ninhursag, describes Dilmun, a place portrayed in idealized terms. In parts of the poem, Dilmun appears pure, bright, and lacking some of the ordinary afflictions of life. Water must be provided so that the land can flourish. The text includes divine sexuality, plants, transgression, illness, and healing. Because of these features, Dilmun has often been compared with Eden. The comparison is interesting. But Dilmun is not Eden. Its narrative structure is different. Its gods are different. Its theological purpose is different. And Dilmun was also a real geographical region known to Mesopotamians, generally associated with the area of Bahrain and the eastern Arabian Gulf. A real trading region could simultaneously acquire mythic qualities. Ancient geography did not always separate physical and sacred landscapes as sharply as modern maps do. The plant Gilgamesh could not keep. A stronger symbolic comparison appears near the end of the epic of Gilgamesh. After Gilgamesh fails to obtain immortality from Utnapishtim, he learns of a plant possessing the power to restore youth. He finds it. For a brief moment, he possesses something capable of revering the effects of age. Then, while he bathes, a serpent takes the plant. The serpent departs and sheds its skin. Gilgamesh loses the possibility of rejuvenation. In Genesis, a serpent is also present in a narrative involving human beings, a special garden, prohibited knowledge, and eventual loss of access to the tree of life. The resemblance is tantalizing. A serpent, a plant, humanity, life, a lost possibility. But the stories are profoundly different. The serpent in Genesis does not steal the tree of life. It persuades the woman to eat from the prohibited tree of knowledge. The humans do not lose immortality because a serpent physically removes a rejuvenating plant. Instead, after their transgression, they are expelled from Eden so that they cannot take from the tree of life and live forever. Gilgamesh's serpent is not the biblical serpent. The two episodes nevertheless place serpentine imagery near the human problem of mortality. That is worth noticing. It is not enough to declare identity. Why the serpent? The serpent is one of humanity's most symbolically charged animals. It moves close to the earth. It disappears into holes. It can kill. It sheds its skin. It appears to renew itself. It therefore lends itself naturally to associations with death, rebirth, healing, sexuality, danger, wisdom, and immortality. Different cultures developed these associations in very different ways. In Mesopotamia, Egypt, Greece, India, and the Levant, serpentine beings and symbols appear repeatedly. But serpent does not possess one universal meaning. A symbol does not travel through history with a dictionary attached. Its meaning depends upon the story in which it appears. This will become especially important when we later turn toward India, where serpent beings, Nagas, inhabit a symbolic and mythological world very different from that of the serpent in Genesis. Similarity of form does not guarantee similarity of meaning. Was humanity originally immortal? The question of lost immortality appears repeatedly in ancient literature. But traditions answer it differently. In Genesis, the presence of the tree of life suggests the possibility of unending life, while the expulsion from Eden prevents human access to it after transgression. In Gilgamesh, ordinary humanity is mortal from the beginning. Gilgamesh seeks an exception. Utnapishtim possesses immortality only because of extraordinary divine circumstances. The rejuvenating plant offers another possibility, but Gilgamesh loses it. The difference is subtle but fundamental. Genesis asks why humanity cannot remain in Eden and take from the tree of life. Gilgamesh asks why a mortal human being cannot escape the condition that defines humanity. One story dramatizes expulsion. The other dramatizes failure of the quest. Both confront mortality, but they arrive there by different roads. Knowledge and mortality. Genesis introduces another element absent from the Gilgamesh plant episode. Knowledge. The forbidden tree is not initially the tree of life. It is the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. After eating, the humans become aware of their nakedness. Their consciousness changes. The divine statement that the human has become, like one of us, in knowing good and evil is followed by the prevention of access to the tree of life. Knowledge and mortality therefore become strangely intertwined. This has generated centuries of Jewish, Christian, philosophical, mystical, and psychological interpretation. Was the transgression primarily disobedience? A premature acquisition of moral autonomy? Sexual awakening? The birth of self-consciousness? The movement from innocence into reflective human existence? Different traditions answer differently. But from the perspective of comparative mythology, something striking appears. Enkidu also passes from a state associated with nature into human civilization through a transformation of consciousness. After his encounter with Shamhat, the animals no longer receive him as before. He becomes more human. He gains civilization. And eventually, he gains knowledge of death. Again, this does not mean that Enkidu is Adam. The narratives are not equivalent, but both stories understand becoming fully human as involving a loss of an earlier condition. Consciousness has a price. Civilization as gain and loss. This may be one of the deepest themes shared by several ancient traditions. Civilization is not represented simply as progress. It gives language, bread, clothing, cities, knowledge, social identity, law, agriculture, writing. But it also creates hierarchy, labor, warfare, shame, responsibility, and awareness of death. Enkidu enters civilization and loses his former unity with the animals. Adam and Eve acquire knowledge and lose Eden. Gilgamesh achieves extraordinary fame and discovers that fame cannot prevent death. The builders of Babel master architecture, but lose linguistic unity. Ancient literature repeatedly asks whether every human achievement contains a hidden cost. This question remains disturbingly modern. The Tower of Babel. Among the strongest architectural connections between Genesis and Mesopotamia is the story of the Tower of Babel. Genesis describes humanity after the flood as sharing one language. People migrate and settle in the land of Shinar. They learn to make bricks and bake them thoroughly. They use bitumen for mortar. Then they decide to build a city and a tower whose top reaches toward heaven. They want to make a name for themselves. The technological setting is distinctly Mesopotamian. Brick construction, bitumen, the alluvial plain, a monumental tower. In Babylon, the Hebrew name Babel corresponds to Babylon, Akkadian Babilim/Babili, conventionally associated with the meaning Gate of God. But Genesis creates its own Hebrew wordplay, associating Babel with the verb balal, to confuse. Babylon's prestigious name is transformed into a biblical explanation of linguistic fragmentation. This is not merely geography. It is literary theology. The ziggurat. Mesopotamian cities constructed monumental, stepped temple towers known as ziggurats. These were not towers from which people attempted physically to invade heaven. They belonged to temple complexes and sacred architecture. One of the most famous was Babylon's Etemenenki, associated with the god Marduk. Its Sumerian ceremonial name is commonly translated approximately as house, foundation of heaven and earth. The symbolism is striking. The ziggurat connected cosmic levels. It monumentalized the relationship between city and deity. Because the Babel story is set in Babylon and describes a great tower reaching toward heaven, scholars have long considered Mesopotamian ziggurat traditions an important cultural background for the narrative. But again, Babel is not an archaeological report describing how a ziggurat actually functioned. It is a biblical story using Mesopotamian urban imagery to explore human unity, ambition, power, and fragmentation. Did the tower really reach heaven? The phrase does not require us to imagine ancient builders literally believing they could construct a staircase into outer space. Ancient Near Eastern languages often use cosmic language to describe monumental architecture. A mountain can reach heaven. A temple can unite heaven and earth. A king can rule the 4 quarters of the world. Such expressions communicate sacred and political magnitude. The biblical story takes this monumental ambition and places it under theological judgment. Humanity says, "Let us make a name for ourselves." This is the language of civilization seeking permanence. And we have heard it before. Gilgamesh sought a name. Kings carved names into stone. Sargon made his name imperial. Naram-Sin raised royal power toward divinity. Babel gathers these ambitions into a single image. A city attempting to make its own greatness permanent. Heaven and earth. This leads to a broader Mesopotamian theme. Temples and sacred mountains frequently symbolized contact between heaven and earth. The ziggurat rose upward. The temple established divine presence within the city. The king stood between human society and divine order. Civilization itself was embedded within cosmic structure. The biblical tradition inherits the same basic vertical imagination, heaven above, earth below, but repeatedly restricts human attempts to control the divine. God cannot be contained by architecture. The sacred is not humanity's technological possession. A tower can rise. It cannot command heaven. The danger of parallelomania. At this point, it would be easy to construct an impressive-looking list. Mesopotamian clay, biblical dust. Dilmun, Eden. Gilgamesh's plant, tree of life. Gilgamesh's serpent, Eden's serpent. Mesopotamian ziggurat, Tower of Babel. Atrahasis, Noah. Sargon, Moses. Then we might declare that the entire Bible was simply copied from Mesopotamia. But that conclusion would be historically crude. Some parallels are much stronger than others. The flood comparison involves a complex sequence of corresponding narrative elements and plausible pathways of cultural transmission. The Sargon-Moses comparison contains a particularly distinctive cluster: infant, basket of plant material, bitumen, river, rescue, extraordinary destiny. The ziggurat provides a convincing Mesopotamian architectural background for Babel. But garden alone proves little. Serpent alone proves little. Clay alone proves little. The responsible historian therefore asks several questions every time a parallel appears. How old are the surviving texts? Could the cultures have been in contact? Are the similarities specific or merely general? Do the elements appear in the same sequence? Do they perform the same function in the narrative? Are the differences as important as the similarities? Is direct borrowing necessary to explain the evidence? And most importantly, does the comparison help us understand the texts, or are we forcing the texts to fit the comparison? Beyond who copied whom. Once these precautions are observed, a deeper picture emerges. Ancient cultures did borrow. They also transformed. A borrowed story does not remain the same story. A narrative enters a new language. Its gods change. Its moral logic changes. Its geography changes. Its political meaning changes. Eventually, the inherited material can express something almost opposite to what it expressed before. This is not plagiarism in the modern sense. It is how civilizations remember. Mesopotamia inherited from Mesopotamia. Sumerian stories became Akkadian stories. Akkadian compositions were rewritten by Babylonian scribes. Gods received new names. Old myths entered new theological systems. The Bible emerged within this same ancient Near Eastern world while developing a radically distinctive theology. Tradition was not a museum. It was alive. A story is not weakened by having ancestors. There is also a philosophical point worth making. For some religious readers, discovering that a biblical story has older parallels can initially feel threatening. If another culture told a flood story before Genesis, does Genesis lose its meaning? Only if religious meaning depends upon absolute literary novelty. But sacred traditions rarely work that way. A later text can inherit an older image and transform its meaning profoundly. Indeed, one could argue that the theological originality of a text becomes more visible when we know the traditions with which it is in conversation. Genesis does not become less interesting when placed beside Mesopotamia. It becomes more interesting. We can finally see what it shares. And what it changes. The view turns east. Until now, our journey has remained largely within Mesopotamia and the biblical world. But while Ubaid communities were developing in southern Mesopotamia, human societies were also changing far to the east. While Uruk grew into a city, settlements across the northwestern regions of the Indian subcontinent were undergoing their own transformations. While Sumerian scribes pressed signs into clay, another great urban civilization eventually emerged along the Indus and its neighboring river systems. Its cities would include Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro. Its people built sophisticated drainage systems. They standardized weights. They carved seals. They traded across enormous distances. Some of their goods reached Mesopotamia. Mesopotamian texts spoke of a distant land called Meluha. And yet one great barrier remains. The writing of the Indus civilization has still not been securely deciphered. Once again, we stand before a civilization that can show us its streets, houses, baths, seals, animals, ornaments, and graves, but cannot yet speak to us in words we can confidently understand. Later, another textual world would emerge in South Asia, the world of the Vedas. And still later, within the vast sacred and literary landscape of India, we encounter the Mahabharata, the Bhagavad Gita, and the extraordinary figure of Krishna. But a difficult question waits between these worlds. How are they connected? Can we move directly from the Indus civilization to the Vedas? Can archaeological symbols be identified with later Hindu gods? Was the famous figure on an Indus seal really a form of Shiva? Does the archaeological world of Harappa belong to what later generations would call Vedic civilization? Or are we once again in danger of seeing connections because we want them to be there? Our journey must now leave Mesopotamia for a while. We turn east, toward Mayagar, Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, the Indus, and the still mysterious beginnings of ancient South Asia. Chapter 12. East of Mesopotamia, Mayagar, Harappa, and the Indus civilization. While villages were developing across prehistoric Mesopotamia, another long experiment in settled human life was unfolding far to the east. Beyond the Iranian plateau, across the regions that today include parts of Pakistan and northwestern India, communities were cultivating crops, domesticating animals, building permanent settlements, producing pottery and ornaments, and gradually creating increasingly complex forms of social organization. Thousands of years later, this long development would culminate in one of the great urban civilizations of the ancient world. We call it the Indus civilization, or the Harappan civilization. The two terms largely refer to the same archaeological phenomenon, although each emphasizes something different. Indus civilization reflects the river system around which many of its sites were first understood. Harappan civilization derives from Harappa, one of the first major sites to be excavated and recognized as belonging to this previously forgotten urban world. The civilization itself was much larger than the Indus Valley alone. Its sites extended across an enormous region, encompassing much of present-day Pakistan and parts of northwestern and western India. Its geographical scale was extraordinary. And yet, compared with Mesopotamia, it presents us with a frustrating silence. The Sumerians eventually tell us the names of their gods. The Akkadians tell us the names of their kings. Babylonian scribes preserve myths. The Harappans left thousands of inscribed objects. But we still cannot confidently read them. Before Harappa, Mayagar. To understand how deep the roots of South Asian civilization extend, we must begin long before the great cities. One of the most important archaeological sites is Mayagar, located in present-day Balochistan in Pakistan. Settlement there began approximately in the 7th millennium BCE, making Mayagar one of the earliest known farming communities in South Asia. Its inhabitants cultivated crops, including wheat and barley. They raised domesticated animals. They constructed mud brick buildings. They buried their dead. They produced ornaments. Over long periods, technologies and forms of material culture changed. Mayagar does not represent the Indus civilization in its mature urban form. Nor should we simply call its inhabitants Vedic. But it demonstrates something fundamental. The history of settled life in South Asia reaches extraordinarily far back. When Ubaid communities were developing in Mesopotamia, the lands farther east already possessed their own long histories of agriculture, settlement, craft, and social transformation. Civilization was not moving outward from one single center. Different regions were developing along their own trajectories, while increasingly becoming connected through exchange. From village to town, Across the 4th millennium and early 3rd millennium BCE, communities in northwestern South Asia became increasingly complex. Archaeologists identify various regional cultures and developmental phases that are often grouped under terms such as early Harappan. Settlements grew. Craft production became more specialized. Long-distance exchange intensified. Regional styles interacted. Systems of measurement and material standardization began to develop. Then, around 2600 BCE, something remarkable happened. Across an enormous geographical area, many elements of material culture became strikingly standardized. This marks what archaeologists conventionally call the mature Harappan period, approximately 2600–1900 BCE. The age of the great Indus cities had begun. Harappa and Mohenjo-daro. Two cities became especially famous: Harappa and Mohenjo-daro. But they were not alone. The Harappan world included numerous major and minor settlements, among them Dhalavira, Rakhigarhi, Ganariwala, Kalibangan, Lothal, and many others. Some were large urban centers. Others were towns, villages, ports, craft centers, or regional settlements. The civilization covered a territory larger than either contemporary Egypt or Mesopotamia, considered narrowly. And yet its political organization remains mysterious. Where are the kings? When we enter Mesopotamia, rulers confront us everywhere. Kings inscribe their victories. They build temples. They depict themselves defeating enemies. They declare their relationship with the gods. Egypt goes even further. Pharaohs fill monumental landscapes with royal images. The Harappan world is strangely different. No monumental royal statues comparable with Egyptian pharaohs have been identified. No securely deciphered royal inscriptions announce conquests. No palace has been universally accepted as the residence of a Harappan emperor. No tomb comparable with the great royal burials of Egypt or Mesopotamia has revealed a dynasty. This does not mean that Harappan society was egalitarian. Large-scale urban planning requires organization. Standardized weights imply systems of regulation. Trade networks require coordination. Major construction projects require labor. But who exercised authority and how that authority was organized remain open questions. Was power concentrated among merchant elites, priestly groups, councils, several competing institutions, local rulers, a distributed urban administration? We do not know. The silence of the script prevents us from answering questions that Mesopotamian inscriptions answer much more readily. Cities built around order. Harappan cities reveal an extraordinary concern with organization. Streets were often laid out according to planned patterns. Buildings were constructed with standardized bricks. Many houses possessed bathing areas. Complex drainage systems carried wastewater away from domestic spaces. Wells supplied water. At Mohenjo-daro, the famous Great Bath suggests that water may have possessed communal or ritual significance, although its precise function remains uncertain. The contrast with monumental royal cultures is striking. Harappan civilization impresses us less through giant statues of rulers than through infrastructure. Drains, wells, bricks, streets, weights, urban organization. It is almost as if the city itself, rather than the king, is the principal monument. The Great Bath. The Great Bath of Mohenjo-daro is one of the most famous structures of the civilization. A carefully constructed rectangular pool was surrounded by rooms and architectural features that suggest controlled access. The structure was made water-resistant through sophisticated construction techniques, including the use of bituminous material. What happened there? Ritual bathing is an obvious possibility. And because ritual purification through water later became enormously important in South Asian religious traditions. The temptation to draw a direct line toward later Hindu practice is strong. But we must resist certainty. The Great Bath is more than 1,000 years older than many of the textual traditions, through which later Hindu ritual life becomes historically visible. The similarity is suggestive. Continuity is possible. But archaeology alone cannot tell us what prayers, if any, were spoken beside that water. Once again, we possess the structure. We have lost the explanation. The Indus script. Thousands of Harappan seals, tablets, pottery fragments, and other objects bear short sequences of signs. Humans, animals, geometric forms, abstract signs, symbols. The inscriptions are usually very short. This is one of the reasons decipherment has proven so difficult. We do not possess a Harappan equivalent of the Rosetta Stone. There is no known bilingual inscription giving the same text in Indus signs and a deciphered language. We do not even know with certainty which language or languages underlie the system. Various proposals have been made. Dravidian, Indo-Aryan, Munda, a lost language family. Other possibilities. Some researchers have even questioned whether the signs encode full linguistic writing in the conventional sense, although many specialists continue to regard them as representing a structured system of communication and potentially writing. No proposed decipherment has achieved general scholarly acceptance. This fact must remain central to everything we say about Harappan religion. If we cannot read the inscriptions, we cannot confidently name the gods. The famous Pashupati seal. Among the most discussed Harappan artifacts is a seal depicting a seated figure surrounded by animals. The figure appears horned or wears an elaborate headdress and is seated in an unusual posture. In the 20th century, the archaeologist John Marshall famously suggested that the figure might represent a prototype of the later Hindu god Shiva, particularly Shiva in his aspect as Pashupati, lord of animals. The proposal became enormously influential. It is still repeated in popular literature. The seated posture has also been interpreted as possibly yogic. This has encouraged claims that yoga and Shaivism can be traced directly into the 3rd millennium BCE. But the evidence does not allow such certainty. We do not know the name of the figure. We cannot read the accompanying signs. We do not know whether the figure is a god, human ruler, ritual specialist, composite being, or something else. The posture may resemble later yogic postures. But resemblance is not identification. The figure may represent an ancestor of later religious imagery. Or it may belong to a symbolic system that disappeared. The honest answer remains: we do not know. And that uncertainty is more intellectually valuable than a certainty archaeology cannot justify. The so-called Mother Goddess. Numerous female figurines have also been discovered at Harappan sites. They have often been described as mother goddess figures and connected with later South Asian goddess traditions. Again, the possibility is intriguing. Fertility, motherhood, sexuality, agricultural abundance, and female divinity are widespread religious themes. Later Hindu traditions develop extraordinarily rich forms of goddess worship. But a female figurine is not automatically a goddess. It may represent a deity, a human being, a ritual object, a toy, an ancestor, a symbolic figure whose meaning no longer survives. Without readable texts, interpretation must remain cautious. The unicorn that was not a unicorn. The most common animal motif on many Indus seals is a mysterious one-horned creature conventionally called the unicorn. It does not necessarily represent the unicorn of later European imagination. It may be a stylized bull or another composite or symbolic animal. Its frequent appearance suggests importance. But importance of what kind? Clan identity, merchant organization, deity, mythic animal, administrative symbol. We cannot know. This illustrates the peculiar condition of Harappan archaeology. We possess thousands of symbols, but not their dictionary. Trade with Mesopotamia. Here the two great branches of our essay finally touch materially. Mesopotamian texts from the 3rd millennium BCE refer to distant lands involved in trade. Dilmun, Magan, and Meluha. Meluha is widely associated with the Indus civilization, or a region closely connected with it. Mesopotamian texts mention goods arriving from Meluha. Archaeology provides complementary evidence. Indus-style seals and objects have been found in Mesopotamian contexts. Mesopotamian materials and cultural contacts are visible within broader exchange networks reaching eastward. Trade moved through the Persian Gulf. Merchants crossed cultural boundaries. Raw materials traveled enormous distances. Carnelian, shell, timber, metals, ivory, and other luxury goods. The civilizations of Mesopotamia and the Indus were therefore not completely isolated worlds. They knew, at least indirectly and at times directly, of one another. A Meluhan in Mesopotamia. Some Mesopotamian texts even refer to individuals identified with Meluha and to a Meluha interpreter. That small detail is extraordinary. An interpreter is needed only when languages differ. Somewhere in the ancient Mesopotamian world, people apparently encountered merchants or travelers whose speech required translation. We cannot hear their conversation, but we know that a conversation occurred. This gives human form to long-distance trade. The connection between Mesopotamia and the Indus was not merely a line on an archaeological map. People met. They negotiated. They exchanged goods. They misunderstood one another. Someone translated. Did stories travel with the merchants? And now an unavoidable question appears. If carnelian, seals, metals, textiles, animals, and merchants could travel between civilizations, could stories travel too? Certainly. Human beings do not leave their myths behind when they travel. A merchant carries language, songs, rituals, memories, stories about gods, stories about creation, stories about floods. But this possibility must not become evidence for a specific borrowing that cannot be demonstrated. We know that contact existed. We do not therefore automatically know that the Mesopotamian flood story traveled to the Indus civilization, or that the later story of Manu derived from Mesopotamia. The distinction is essential. Trade establishes a possible pathway. It does not tell us what traveled along it. The Indus-Sarasvati question. In modern discussions, especially within South Asia, the term Indus-Sarasvati civilization is sometimes used instead of Indus or Harappan civilization. The reason involves the large number of archaeological sites found in the Gagar-Hakra region and attempts to relate this ancient river system to the Sarasvati River praised in the Rigveda. This is a field in which archaeology, geology, textual interpretation, national identity, and religious tradition can easily become entangled. Some researchers have explored possible relationships between the Gagar-Hakra paleochannels and the Vedic Sarasvati. Others emphasize significant geographical, chronological, and hydrological difficulties in making a simple identification. For our purposes, the safest terminology will generally be Indus civilization or Harappan civilization, while discussing the Sarasvati question separately when we reach the Vedic texts. We should neither dismiss the question nor treat a debated identification as established fact. What happened around 1900 BCE? Beginning around 1900 BCE, the mature Harappan urban system underwent major transformation. Large cities declined. Patterns of settlement changed. Standardized material systems weakened. Long-distance trade networks altered. Some urban centers were abandoned or greatly reduced. For generations, this was often described dramatically as the collapse of the Indus civilization. Today, scholars generally prefer a more complex picture. There was no single moment in which the entire civilization suddenly vanished. Nor is there convincing evidence for an old popular scenario in which invading armies simply destroyed all the Harappan cities at once. Instead, multiple processes appear to have interacted. Changes in river systems, shifts in monsoon patterns, increasing aridity in some regions, changing agricultural strategies, movement of populations toward different ecological zones, transformation of trade networks, regionalization of material culture. The great urban system declined, but the people did not disappear. Civilization does not vanish with its cities. This distinction is crucial. When Mohenjo-daro declines, its inhabitants do not evaporate. People migrate. Communities reorganize. Technologies survive. Customs chain. Memories continue. New populations arrive and interact with older ones. Languages influence one another. Religious practices may persist, disappear, merge, or acquire entirely new meanings. The end of an archaeological phase is not the end of human continuity. And this is precisely where one of the most controversial questions in South Asian history begins. Who were the Harappans? What language did they speak? Were they ancestors of later Dravidian-speaking populations? Did they include several linguistic communities? How are they related to later populations of South Asia? And above all, what is their relationship to Vedic civilization? For much of modern scholarship, the Vedic Sanskrit language was understood as belonging to Indo-Aryan-speaking populations whose linguistic ancestors entered South Asia from regions to the northwest during the 2nd millennium BCE. Older 19th and 20th century narratives often described this process dramatically as an Aryan invasion. That simple invasion model has largely been abandoned. The contemporary discussion is more nuanced. Linguistics, archaeology, ancient DNA, and comparative Indo-European studies point toward movements of populations and languages into South Asia during the 2nd millennium BCE, followed by complex interaction and mixture with populations already living there. This is better understood as a long process of migration, interaction, cultural transformation, and synthesis than as a single invading army suddenly destroying Harappan civilization. The word Aryan. The word itself requires clarification. Arya in ancient Indo-Iranian and Vedic contexts was a cultural and linguistic self-designation. It did not originally mean the modern racial category later constructed in European ideology. The transformation of Aryan into a biological racial concept belongs to a much later and deeply problematic history. When we discuss Indo-Aryan languages or Vedic Arya, therefore, we are not speaking about a scientifically coherent ancient Aryan race. We are dealing primarily with language, culture, identity, and historical populations. This distinction is indispensable. Harappa and the Vedas. Could the Harappan civilization itself have been Vedic? Some modern writers argue strongly that it was. Others argue that the linguistic, archaeological, chronological, and comparative evidence points toward significant differences between the mature Harappan urban world and the earliest Vedic textual world. The Rigveda describes a society in which cattle, horses, chariots, clans, ritual poetry, fire sacrifice, and particular deities occupy central positions. The archaeological profile of mature Harappan civilization emphasizes dense urban settlements, standardized bricks, drainage systems, seals, extensive trade, and material patterns that do not map neatly onto the society described in the earliest Vedic hymns. But this does not require us to imagine a complete cultural rupture. Later South Asian civilization almost certainly emerged from interaction among multiple inheritances. Elements derived from populations already present in the subcontinent. Elements associated with Indo-Aryan-speaking groups. Regional traditions. Linguistic exchange. Religious synthesis. Agricultural adaptation. Local cults. New ritual systems. The civilization that eventually produced classical Hindu traditions was not created by a single people in a single moment. It was layered. The problem of continuity. This may be the central methodological problem in reconstructing ancient India. We know the Harappan civilization archaeologically. We know the Vedic tradition primarily through texts, preserved orally with extraordinary precision, before being written down much later. But the bridge between these worlds is incomplete. We cannot read Harappan texts. We cannot interview the communities that lived through the transformation after 1900 BCE. We cannot point to one archaeological layer and say, here Harappan religion ended and Vedic religion began. History rarely provides boundaries that clean. Instead, cultures overlap. Languages mix. Old gods acquire new names. New gods absorb older characteristics. Rituals survive while their explanations change. Symbols can persist after their original meanings are forgotten. A civilization waiting to speak. The Harappan world, therefore, occupies a strange position in our journey. It is not prehistoric in the simplest sense, because it possessed a sophisticated sign system. But because that system remains undeciphered, it is almost prehistoric to us. Its inhabitants may have written names, titles, prayers, accounts, offerings, perhaps even myths. We simply cannot read them. One successful decipherment could transform our understanding of ancient South Asia. A single, substantial bilingual inscription could alter the history of religion. We might discover names of rulers, or discover that political authority was organized in a way we never imagined. We might encounter gods unknown to later India, or names unexpectedly familiar. We might discover a language related to one still spoken today, or a language whose descendants disappeared entirely. Until then, the seals remain closed doors. Then we begin to hear voices. After the great Harappan cities decline, the archaeological landscape changes. Centuries pass, and eventually, another extraordinary archive of ancient South Asia becomes visible. But this archive is not buried beneath a ruined city. It survives in human memory. Generation after generation preserves hymns with extraordinary attention to sound, accent, rhythm, and pronunciation. Teachers transmit them to students. Students become teachers. Long before the manuscripts through which we now encounter them were written, the texts lived orally. This archive is called the Veda, and its oldest surviving collection, the Rigveda, opens a world very different from the silent streets of Mohenjo-Daro. Here the gods finally have names. Agni, Indra, Soma, Varuna, Ashes, Surya. The question is no longer whether ancient India possessed sacred speech. It clearly did. The questions now become more difficult. When were the Vedas composed? Who composed them? How could an enormous body of sacred literature survive for centuries without writing? What does tradition mean when it attributes the organization of the Vedas to Vyasa? Where, if anywhere, are the original Vedas? And how far can the world described in these hymns be connected with the civilization that had flourished earlier at Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro? To answer those questions, we must move from archaeology into one of the most remarkable oral traditions in human history. We enter the world of the Vedas. Chapter 13. The Vedas, when memory became a library. When we entered Mesopotamia, writing gradually emerged from administration. Clay tablets preserved quantities of grain, livestock, labor, land, offerings, and eventually prayers, myths, hymns, royal inscriptions, and literature. Ancient India presents us with a profoundly different history of preservation. Its oldest sacred texts survived not primarily because they were carved into stone or pressed into clay. They survived because human beings memorized them. Generation after generation. Teacher to student. Voice to voice. Breath to breath. Before the Vedas became manuscripts, they were sound. And within the traditions that preserved them, sound itself was sacred. What does Veda mean? The Sanskrit word Veda derives from a verbal root associated with knowing. It can therefore be translated broadly as knowledge or sacred knowledge. Traditionally, 4 Vedas are recognized: Rigveda, Samaveda, Yajurveda, and Atharvaveda. These are not 4 ordinary books written by 4 identifiable authors at 4 particular moments. Each represents a textual tradition containing layers of material transmitted and developed over long periods. At their core stand collections known as samhitas, containing hymns, formulas, chants, and ritual material. Around these developed additional textual layers. The Brahmanas, concerned extensively with ritual interpretation. The Aranyakas, or forest texts, associated with further ritual and contemplative reflection. And the Upanishads, in which some of the most profound philosophical questions of Indian civilization become increasingly explicit. What is the self? What survives death? What is the ultimate ground of reality? What is the relationship between Atman, the deepest self, and Brahman, ultimate reality? The Vedic tradition, therefore, contains an extraordinary internal development. Ritual does not simply disappear when philosophy emerges. Rather, reflection increasingly turns inward. The sacrificial fire outside the human being gradually acquires parallels with the fire within. The cosmos and consciousness begin to mirror one another. The Rigveda, the oldest of the 4 Vedic collections, is the Rigveda. It consists of more than 1,000 hymns, arranged into 10 books or mandalas. The hymns are composed in an early form of Vedic Sanskrit. They praise gods. They accompany ritual. They ask for cattle, protection, victory, sons, rain, prosperity, and long life. But they also ask questions. Sometimes astonishing questions. Where did existence come from? What existed before creation? Was there being? Was there non-being? Who truly knows how the universe began? One of the most famous hymns, conventionally called the Nasadiya Sukta, refuses the kind of certainty we might expect from an ancient sacred text. It asks whether even the highest overseer truly knows the ultimate origin of creation. This is one of the remarkable characteristics of Vedic literature. Religious reverence and philosophical questioning can exist in the same sacred world. When was the Rigveda composed? This is one of the most debated questions in the study of ancient India. There is no surviving manuscript written at the moment when the oldest Vedic hymns were composed. The texts were transmitted orally for centuries before the manuscript evidence available to us. Dating, therefore, depends upon several kinds of evidence. Historical linguistics. Comparison with ancient Iranian languages and texts. The development of Indo-Iranian and Indo-Aryan languages. Archaeology. References to material culture. Geography. And relationships with the broader Indo-European linguistic world. In mainstream historical scholarship, the oldest layers of the Rigveda are commonly placed broadly within the 2nd millennium BCE, with much of the collection often associated approximately with the period around 1500–1200 BCE, although proposed dates and the chronology of individual layers vary. Traditional Hindu chronologies can be very different. Some place the Vedas much earlier. Certain traditional cosmologies understand Vedic revelation within vast cycles of time that cannot simply be translated into modern archaeological chronology. We should not pretend that these two approaches are asking precisely the same question. Historical scholarship asks, when were these linguistic compositions most probably created and organized in human history? Sacred tradition may ask, when was eternal Vedic knowledge revealed or made manifest? Those are not identical claims. Were the Vedas written by Vyasa? Within Hindu tradition, one name appears repeatedly when the organization of Vedic knowledge is discussed. Vyasa. More fully, Veda Vyasa, the arranger or compiler of the Veda. Traditional accounts credit Vyasa with dividing or organizing the Vedic corpus into 4 Vedas and transmitting them through disciples. He is also deeply associated with the Mahabharata and with later sacred literary tradition. Within devotional contexts, Vyasa may be understood as far more than an ordinary historical editor. But from the standpoint of modern historical scholarship, the situation is different. The Vedas display linguistic and textual layers, indicating composition and transmission across generations. They preserve hymns associated with different priestly families and poetic lineages. The Rigveda itself remembers named or semi-legendary rishis, the seers connected with particular hymns. Modern philology, therefore, does not generally treat the entire Vedic corpus as the work of one historically identifiable author who sat down at a particular date and wrote 4 books. The traditional figure of Vyasa and the historical formation of the Vedic corpus belong to different explanatory frameworks. One need not ridicule either framework in order to distinguish them. The rishis, authors or seers. This distinction becomes even more interesting when we ask who wrote the Vedas. In many Hindu traditions, the Vedas are described as a Purusharya, not of human authorship. The rishis did not invent the Vedic truth in the ordinary literary sense. They saw or heard it. They are therefore often understood as seers to whom sacred knowledge became manifest. This produces a very different concept of authorship from the modern one. A modern author creates a text. A Vedic arshi, within the traditional understanding, perceives an eternal truth. The Sanskrit concept shruti, that which is heard, expresses this sacred status. The Vedas belong to shruti. Other important sacred traditions, including the epics and Puranas, are generally classified as smriti, that which is remembered. The distinction is theological, not merely literary. Where are the original Vedas? This question sounds simple until we ask what original means. If we ask, where is the manuscript on which the Rigveda was first written? No such manuscript is known. Indeed, the question may impose a literary model upon a tradition that did not originally depend upon manuscripts. The earliest Vedic texts were composed and transmitted orally. Their original form was therefore not necessarily a physical object. It was a performance, a sequence of sounds, words pronounced according to carefully preserved patterns. The absence of an ancient first manuscript does not mean that the text was transmitted casually. Quite the opposite. Vedic oral culture developed some of the most sophisticated mnemonic systems known from the ancient world. A human error correction system. Vedic recitation did not rely only upon memorizing a text from beginning to end. Different methods of recitation preserved the same material in different configurations. In Samhita Patha, words are recited in their continuous phonetic form. In Padapatha, words are separated. Other recitational methods reorganize words into repeated sequences. Later elaborate methods such as krama, jata, and gana recitation create patterns in which words are repeated forward and backward in structured combinations. The result is extraordinary. The tradition effectively created multiple overlapping checks upon textual corruption. If one mode of transmission changed, comparison with another could reveal the error. Long before digital storage, Vedic specialists developed something resembling a human system of redundant encoding. The archive was carried inside trained bodies. Memory as technology. From a modern perspective, we often think of writing as superior to memory. Writing seems stable. Memory seems fragile. But ancient manuscript cultures had their own vulnerabilities. Palm leaves decay. Birch bark deteriorates. Insects destroy manuscripts. Fire burns libraries. Political upheaval disperses collections. A trained oral tradition can sometimes survive where physical documents cannot. This does not mean oral transmission is magically immune to change. Different Vedic schools, or shakas, preserved different recensions and traditions, and many branches were eventually lost. But the degree of phonetic preservation achieved by surviving Vedic traditions is extraordinary. Human memory became a technology. The gods of the Rigveda. When we open the Rigveda, we do not immediately encounter Hinduism exactly as it appears in much later temples and devotional movements. The religious landscape is recognizably related to later Hindu traditions, but it is also strikingly different. Among the most prominent Vedic deities are Agni, the god of fire and the sacrificial flame; Indra, warrior and slayer of Vritra; Soma, simultaneously a sacred substance, ritual power and deity; Varuna, associated with cosmic and moral order; Mitra, connected with covenant, friendship and order; Surya, the sun; Ushas, the dawn; the Ashvins, divine twins; Vayu, associated with wind; and others. Some deities who later become central to Hinduism occupy much less prominent positions in the earliest Vedic hymns. This includes two names that will later become enormous: Vishnu and Rudra. Vishnu appears in the Rigveda, famously associated with his great strides through the cosmos. Rudra appears as a powerful, dangerous, and healing deity, and would become deeply connected with the later development of Shiva. But neither yet occupies precisely the theological position that Vishnu and Shiva hold in many later Hindu traditions. Religions have histories. Gods have histories too. Where is Krishna? This brings us to a question essential for our essay. If Krishna is regarded by many Vaishnava traditions, especially Gaudiya Vaishnavism, as the supreme personality of Godhead, where is Krishna in the earliest Vedic literature? The answer requires careful distinction. The Krishna of the Bhagavad Gita and mature Krishna devotional tradition is not a central figure of the Rigveda in the way that Indra or Agni is. The word Krishna itself occurs in Vedic material and literally means dark or black, and figures bearing the name Krishna appear in ancient textual contexts. But identifying every early occurrence of the word or name with the later Krishna Vasudeva of the Mahabharata would be methodologically unsound. The Krishna who becomes central to later Vaishnava theology emerges clearly within a later textual and religious history. This does not determine what a believer may hold about Krishna's eternal divine identity. It tells us what the surviving historical texts allow us to demonstrate. From Vedic religion to Hindu traditions, one of the greatest mistakes in discussing Indian religion is to imagine a single unchanged system called Hinduism, existing identically from the Rigveda to the present. The reality is far richer. Vedic sacrificial traditions developed. Philosophical speculation intensified. The Upanishads transformed questions about ritual into questions about consciousness and ultimate reality. Renunciant traditions emerged. Buddhism and Jainism entered the intellectual landscape. Epic traditions expanded. Devotional religion developed. Vishnu, Shiva, Devi, Krishna, Rama, and numerous regional deities acquired new theological importance. Puranic cosmologies grew. Temple traditions flourished. Schools of Vedanta debated the nature of Brahman, the self, the world, devotion, and liberation. What we call Hinduism is therefore not one doctrine. It is a vast historical family of traditions. Brahman and Atman. Within the later Vedic world, especially the Upanishads, another transformation occurs. The question is no longer only which sacrifice should be performed. It becomes, who is the one who performs the sacrifice? What is the self? What is consciousness? What remains when body, sensation, thought, and social identity are stripped away? The concept of Atman develops into one of the great philosophical ideas of Indian civilization. At the same time, Brahman becomes associated with the deepest or ultimate ground of reality. Different Upanishadic passages explore their relationship in different ways. Later Vedanta traditions will interpret these texts differently. For Advaita Vedanta, associated especially with Adi Shankara, the deepest identity of Atman and Brahman becomes fundamental. Other Vedanta traditions reject the Advaitic interpretation of absolute non-duality. The same sacred texts become the ground of profound philosophical disagreement. This will later help us understand why there is no single Hindu answer to the question. Who is the supreme god? The Vedic world and the Indo-Iranian past. The Rigveda also preserves evidence of an older cultural world shared with ancient Iranian traditions. Vedic Sanskrit and the language of the Avesta are remarkably close relatives. Certain divine and ritual terms have cognates in both traditions. Sometimes their religious values later diverge dramatically. The Vedic Deva is a god. In later Zoroastrian tradition, the corresponding deva becomes associated with demonic beings. The Vedic Asura can initially possess complex and even exalted meanings, while later Hindu usage increasingly associates Asuras with opponents of the gods. In Iranian tradition, the related term Ahura remains exalted, most famously in Ahura Mazda. This reversal is extraordinary. Related religious vocabularies can evolve in opposite theological directions. It provides another lesson for our comparative method. Shared origins do not guarantee shared meanings. Horses, chariots, and the historical question. The Rigveda contains repeated references to horses and chariots. These features are important in debates concerning Indo-Aryan origins and chronology. Comparative linguistics connects Vedic Sanskrit with the Indo-Iranian and broader Indo-European language families. Archaeological and ancient genetic evidence also points toward population movements from regions associated ultimately with the Eurasian steppe into South Asia during the 2nd millennium BCE, followed by substantial mixture with populations already present in the subcontinent. This does not mean that Indian civilization was imported wholesale from outside. Nor does it mean that earlier South Asian populations disappeared. The emerging Vedic world developed through interaction. Languages meet. Populations mix. Religious ideas transform. Older traditions survive inside newer ones. South Asian civilization, like Mesopotamian civilization, is a history of layers. The Sarasvati. One of the most important geographical features of the Rigveda is the river Sarasvati. It is praised in powerful language and appears both as river and sacred presence. Later Hindu tradition transforms Sarasvati increasingly into the goddess of learning, speech, music, and wisdom. But the geographical identity of the Vedic river has become one of the most controversial questions in the reconstruction of early Indian history. Various scholars have connected the Vedic Sarasvati with river systems, including the Ghaggar Hakra. Others emphasize hydrological and chronological problems, with attempts to identify the Arjavedic River straightforwardly with a single major Harappan river system in the form sometimes proposed. This question matters because it has become central to arguments concerning the relationship between the Vedic and Harappan worlds. Again, our principle remains. Debate is not evidence of certainty. Where scholarship disagrees, the essay should allow the disagreement to remain visible. Could the Vedas preserve older memories? Almost certainly, oral traditions can preserve material older than the surviving form of a text. But determining exactly how old a particular memory is becomes difficult. A hymn may preserve an archaic phrase. A myth may contain inherited Indo-European material. A deity may have roots reaching into the Indo-Iranian past. A ritual may preserve structures far older than the manuscript in which it eventually appears. But sacred tradition also continually interprets itself. Old material receives new meaning. This is why asking for the date of Hinduism is almost meaningless. There is no single birthday. There are layers. Mesopotamia and India, two ways of remembering. We can now see a remarkable contrast. Mesopotamia preserved its memory largely in clay. India preserved its oldest sacred memory largely in sound. Clay can survive fire. Sound can survive only if someone remembers it. Yet clay can lie unread beneath the earth for 2,000 years. Sound must remain alive from generation to generation. The Mesopotamian tablet survives without a scribe. The Vedic hymn survives because the scribe is replaced by the teacher and student. Two civilizations discovered different technologies of immortality. One externalized memory. The other disciplined memory itself. But sacred memory is not the same as historical chronology. This distinction becomes especially important as we move toward the great Sanskrit epics. Within Hindu sacred tradition, events described in texts such as the Ramayana and Mahabharata may be situated within vast traditional chronologies. Krishna's earthly presence is connected with the transition from Dvapara Yuga to Kali Yuga. Traditional calculations can therefore place events associated with Krishna and the Kurukshetra war at dates considerably earlier than those usually proposed by modern historical scholarship. Academic historians approach the question differently. They analyze the language and layers of the texts. They compare archaeological cultures. They examine references to political geography, social organization, weapons, horses, chariots, ritual, and institutions. They distinguish between the possible historical memory of a conflict and the much later literary development of the epic that preserves it. Once again, sacred chronology and historical chronology are not necessarily answering the same question.